And boom goes the dynamite. Alright. Sick. We are live. Work time. Daytime stream. What is up with me? What am I doing with my life? Waking up on time like an adult? Robert? Hello, Robert. Or Robert. Oy vey. We getting it today, boys. CB, hello. Welcome. Ugh. Daytime streaming. What is this? What even is this, right? Kappa. I've had pretty bad before, man. But no one's uncoachable. There's just coaches that aren't good enough to handle them. So maybe I'm not good enough. That's all. Stoked I actually get to drink a Monster during this, because normally it's midnight and consuming more caffeine would be a bad thing. Oh. Feels weird. I have the garage door open today, and if any of you guys don't follow my Instagram, you may not know that I was attacked by chickens the other day. Well, the first session where I had the garage door open, and I was laying down on the bench, and I unracked the bar, and out of the corner of my eye, I see these little orange things moving around. Because chickens don't move like anything else. It freaked me out pretty bad. Yeah, Robert, you saw that. Like, I made the little video where I was laughing about it, but, like, in the moment, I almost had a heart attack, because I didn't know what they were. And when I saw they were just chickens, I'm like, oh, it's just some chickens that are here while I'm working out. That's fine, but at first I thought they were little demon werebeasts. I didn't know it was up. So, yeah, we're getting it today. 5 warm-ups. Told myself I want to get up to my top set within 20 minutes today, so we're trying to keep a little bit more consistent pace since I'm not fighting off naps. Robert, I didn't watch any today, no. I knew if I started watching any league, I would be even further delayed on trying to start the stream earlier. So, no league watching for Ben. Well, today was G2 and World Elite. So I'll probably just catch the cliff notes. I don't particularly care to watch those games. Yes, William, early start, life-changing decisions. I spent a little bit of time setting up setting up a Twitch account too, so trying to get ready for that transition, going over to the Twitch. But yeah, didn't want to spend 6 hours figuring all the details of that out before trying to stream today's workout. So plus, if I finish early enough tonight, then I can do some other things. Robert, you can use all the emotes. Yeah, I think it'll end up being a little bit smoother, and especially if people who are interested in these and enjoy the YouTube version of them want to come over and do that instead. Maybe I'll try to do both at the same time. Hello, Yaya. Hello. Welcome to the workout today. I might have to set up a fan. It's already kind of warm. I have the garage door open. It's a beautiful day out. It's a beautiful day. Discord app gave me a heads up. See? Anybody who's not in the Discord server, get on that. The link is in the description of the video and in all the stream videos. The link to the invite. Yeah, you're competing? Well, good luck, sir. Hey, Tyler. You're not sleeping for a Benrice stream. Yeah. I'm being more responsible with my time management today, I guess. So, Universe AZ, how to prevent legs shoot up on dead, resulting in backgrounding on deads. Maybe there's a good chance you may be setting your hips too low at the start. A lot of the times we default, and if you're starting with your hips too low, it allows your back to kind of round while they go up to where they should be. So maybe try setting your hips a little bit higher and forcing your spine to stay neutral, and think of it more like a hinge and less like squatting the weight up. And that might be part of it. And if that's still not happening, then you may actually just need to improve your lower back and your hip and your glute strength, which maybe one way to try that would be to, while you're increasing the mobility of your hips, to start with, specifically if you're talking about sumo deadlifting or conventional deadlifting, I would go about it a little bit differently. If you're talking about sumo deadlifting, maybe start with blocks and then over time lower it so it's getting closer and closer to the floor, so that you're building strength in the hips while your mobility is becoming, I guess, more practiced. Conventional? Yeah, for a conventional, I'd say start with a higher hip position then, because almost certainly you're starting with your hips too low. It's hard. It's hard to do. It's easier said than done, but that was something I had to really kind of admit to myself, is that I was trying to get in too good of a position, where maybe your hips just are supposed to be higher for your particular build. And if you start there, there's less likelihood that you're going to have movement before the bar clears the ground, because you want the first movement to be the hinge, not this and then going up. So just something to consider. You've been doing the pause deads? Yeah, that's one way to fix it, because if you start the pull and then you pause it right off the ground, it'll tell you right away if your hips are in the right spot or not. Sven, I am not doing any overhead or incline presses at the moment. I finally have access to my old incline bench over there in the corner, but currently all my benching volume is coming from some form of benching. So basically various, I guess, pause controlled bench presses 4 times a week. So no direct overhead or incline pressing at the moment. Whew. breath there at the bottom. Hips are a little bit gunky today. Went for a bit of a hike yesterday, and while it helped most of the lower body kind of get some recovery in, it ended up maybe causing a little bit of tightness that I'm not used to. Sven, I do have it. Part of it's because of the bad shoulder. With some of my lifters, I end up having them do overhead work or incline work. Incline especially, with any kind of weight, my shoulder tends to really act up. And then with overhead, I have a hard time preventing breakdown on the right side, which leads to more injury and way more stress on like the elbow and everything. So I program it for some of my lifters, so that I think there is some carryover, largely because one of the biggest things that ties into pressing strength is upper body hypertrophy, just getting bigger in your upper body, and overhead pressing is a way to work on that. So I think the big thing you have to keep in mind is just to stay patient, and if it means hitting the same weight over and over again week to week because you're not able to make the next jump up to weight, you need to do that. You can't try and rush the overhead press. It takes longer than anything else to really progress. Robert, any particular cues you use for the ab wheel? I'm getting much better. You're still fat though. I think I talk about them in my core work for powerlifters video, but the big thing is just anchoring your lower abdominal wall and not allowing yourself to just passively kind of break at the hip, making sure that you're starting from the glute, keeping all this engaged, and treating it like you would for setting your core for a squat or for a deadlift, where you're bracing your core and then the movement is from the hip and from the shoulder without having movement of the torso, keeping your torso locked and neutral. Much easier said than done. Pew. Row 5. Man, it's hot. Do I have a little fan at least, or do I only have a giant fan? I only have a giant fan. That'll probably mess with some noise things. Oh well, just make do. As long as my hands don't get sweaty and make it hard to hold on the bar. You watched, thanks for the advice again. Just getting better at it. Yeah, it takes time. It just takes time to do it. Just something that's really helpful, Robert, is to just film it from the side. Like, you don't have to post it anywhere. You don't have to, but just to see what because a lot of the times you'll see people they're hunching a lot more than they thought they should, or they're like they're just allowing their shoulders to like sit back. They're not locking in the scapula. It's just defaulting to a position. And you need to make sure that whatever angles you're in, whatever positions you're in, those are intentional. And filming yourself can show you if you're achieving the position you're trying to or not. Sven, you have a bad shoulder, and the other day I did overhead. It felt bad. Yeah, you can't rush that lift. It's one of those things where you have to be super patient with it, because it does open you up you're very exposed in that position. Bench press is like that too, but maybe you should say if something hurts, either, and it's not absolutely necessary for what your specific goal is, maybe lateralize around it, try to find a way to work around it. If you don't have to include it, maybe not, and then, or you can implement it. Just be very patient and use light weights. Don't have an ego on accessory movements ever. There's no reason. Universe, thoughts on quads being important for squats? Quads extend the leg, they extend the knee. It's if you did not have quads on your body, then you could not straighten your leg. So that much is important. Westside doing a lot of posterior work, while quads not much focus. Eastern bloc lifters have huge quads and close stance squats. Like, are you in Bulgarian lifters? Yeah, I mean, for raw lifting, your quads are part of the squat. A lot of Westside squatters, a lot of multiply, wide stance. I mean, they don't have a whole lot of knee extension really required. They don't, they don't go maybe as deep, and they have the gear, and their knees are wrapped, so they have all these things that are assisting the leg straightening. So maybe that's why there's not as much focus. But even for an equipped lifter, your quads are a very important part of the lift. It always comes down to extremes, right? It always comes down to, like, what are the muscles that are involved in any kind of squat? Well, the quads are on that list. You can't good luck taking your quads out of a squat. It's not possible. You can shift it so more of the focus is somewhere else, but you have to be really careful when it comes to lifting kind of thoughts and ideas where we have these theories that are that we're in a theoretical sense saying, is this better for this, or does this need focus where this doesn't? And a lot of the time the answer is really somewhere in between. Quads are not the only important thing in squatting, but they are a big part of squatting. If your quads are stronger, you will likely squat more. It kind of carries over that one. David, Ben, how do you ignore the haters? I'm pretty fortunate that most of the hate I receive is nowhere near as hard on me as I am on myself. I think that trying to live your life with humility is really the best way to do it, and to understand that when someone's giving you hate with if they don't know you, if there's no reason for the hate, like I think I made a few videos on this in the past about dealing with criticism specifically. If someone is just coming at you with like vitriol and a whole bunch of grumps, then you need to just, if it really affects you, maybe they're a little correct. Maybe it's something that you feel yourself. And if it's not something that you think is valid, then just don't worry about it. It's someone else's opinion of you never changes. It shouldn't have the ability to change your opinion of yourself. Hi, Jordan. Tyler's wife, Jordan. Hello. Thank you for being in the same room while Tyler watches this. Goodness. Silly kids. All right. We got 405 loaded up. We'll see the little test. Last week we were struggling a little bit. Last week the recovery was really kind of torched from a late session with not a whole lot of sleep and having pause squats like the night before. This time it shouldn't be so bad, but we will see how my little central nervous system test, if my grip holds up on this weight, then it might be an okay day, I guess. It'll be fine either way. We're going to make it through. Teamwork. You guys and me. All for one, all that good stuff. Well, that's way better than last week. Another plate first. Another plate, then we'll sit down. Grab some out of the fridge. Huzzah. Little orange watery thingy. Go, Ben, go. Thanks, Robert. Universe AZ best assistance lifts, which helped your big three a lot. Like your go-to assistance, which worked out for you over the years. I've done many things over the years, depending on what was weak at the time. Make sure your assistance work is always structured in your programming. specifically to address something you need to work on in the lift. I don't program fluff. My goal is not to be a bodybuilder. It's not to be a power builder. My goal is to be a power lifter. And so that's what my training focuses on. My favorite way to address specific weaknesses is usually through tempo control of the lifts. So through pauses, through controlled descents on the squat, through that's pretty much the best thing that I would go through. And so I would say that honestly, in terms of assistance lifts, take the competition lift, find out where along the line you're having breakdowns, focus on controlling your tempo throughout the lift, and once you do that, then it will open you up, and then you can open up your understanding of where you're struggling in the lift and allow you to expose some weaknesses. A lot of people are really scared to put themselves in that position where they can find out what they're bad at, but that's honestly should be like the happiest feeling ever. When you find a new weakness to attack, that's the best news, because the worst thing you could do is find out that is that you just need to get stronger. If you have something specific you can target, that's like almost a little shortcut. But finding out that my technique's totally on point across the board, I just have to get stronger. That's going to be a slow run. So slow down your tempos, target them, show yourself where your weaknesses are, and then pick your assistance movements based off of where you're weak and where you need to improve those specific lifts. So that's how, honestly, as much as I'd love to give you an answer like, oh, do this and this and this, most people don't have enough upper back strength, so maybe rows. Most people need to work on their core work, so do core work. I mean, it really is. It has to be dependent on the lifter. Don't do something just because it's in a program if it doesn't make sense for you and what you need to focus on for your own lifting. Thomas, hello. Jimmy, it's almost 4 a.m. there. See, that's how it normally is for me. Normally, I'm lifting at like starting at midnight and going till 4. PDBRE, hello, sir. Welcome. Tyler, she said you sound like you're nice. Yeah, I think I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. I'm a bit of a wuss, but I'm a nice wuss. Uchiha Madara. Hi, Ben. Hope you're well. I am doing well. I plan to not conventional deadlift as much due to how taxing it is, except for squats. What other movements do you consider sufficient to improve deadlift without doing them? Lighten the weight. If you want to improve your deadlift and you're getting worn out from doing it, lighten the weight. Focus on your positions. Focus on your technique. But you can't get better at riding a bike by practicing swimming unless you're really bad at both. So the way to work on a skill and develop a skill is to practice that skill. And if it's becoming the point where it's too taxing, you don't need a whole lot of weight on the bar to challenge yourself in a different way and maybe help your recovery. So focus on submaximal work, target your positions, improve those, and work on your ability to perform the lift and execute it more efficiently, and then it takes less energy to do it, and you will be able to benefit more in the long run anyway. So that's what I would consider. That's very rarely do you see someone who gets stronger by I mean, you might I hate dealing in broad generalizations, but in general, if you see someone whose deadlift is they want to continue to make it go up, then you would tell them to deadlift more, right? Which is not usually what people want to hear. They all want the answer that's like, oh yeah, that's super easy, doesn't make any. It's a magic solution. It's not. It's simple. It's straightforward, and it's usually boring. And the best plans usually are when it comes to strength training or skill acquisition. And that's why there's not more people in the world that are have reached their potential in a lot of these things, because to continue to do it takes a long time. What parameters and percent would you recommend for that? I only want to do max triples on a main lift. That might be why you're struggle busing in terms of your recovery. If it's doing a max triple, if I did a max triple I don't do a max triple but once a few times a training cycle. So depending on the lifter's level, it is completely dependent on the level. I think that the less experienced you are, honestly, the closer you can get to your training max in terms of it actually being a reasonable percentage range to work in, where the better you get, it gets a little bit tougher to do that because the absolute increase in weight is harder on the connective tissue, like your elbows and your shoulders and your hips and your knees and all the joints. But you shouldn't be only working on max triples, especially if you're considering taking out one of the competition lifts to try and allow you to get some extra recovery in. Just lower it down. 5 to 8 repetition range with a few left in the tank will allow you more time to work on your to ingrain some positive position habits and technique goals without being as hard on the joints and on everything that's probably affecting you in your other lifts. Universe, it's amazing how lifters preach lifting techniques. Pete Rubish has come a long way with his form and grip, but grip and style is focusing on upper back tightness. The better your technique is, the better your positional consistency is, the higher your potential gets, because you can only get so strong. There's only so much strong that you can put on your frame. And if you have a bad technical error, then you will run into that like a wall. Once that, you can't out strengthen a really, really bad disadvantageous position. And so if you fix that position so that you're as efficient as your mechanics, as your body structure is capable of being, and then you're putting the strength in the areas that are kind of optimized for your build, then you're going to have for you a higher potential that you can reach than the same you who isn't putting the time and effort in doing that. And it's a lot slower, but it gives you a higher potential ceiling. Lewis talks and stuff. When you gonna bench 405? When I'm able to, man. I've been chasing that number for a long, long time, and every time I get close, something comes up. So gonna try my best to keep the shoulder healthy, not let it hurt itself in the pursuit, and just gonna keep plugging away at it. It's definitely the weak link of the total right now. So P's trying to go full technical on his deadlift now. You see his latest vids. Any cues for lat tightness? Can't seem to make my upper back lats locked in. Yes, AZ. I actually have probably demonstrated this in the last few streams as well, but I'm going to do it myself too. Because I use it. So take a mini bands about eye level, and I'm actually this is actually something I usually do at around this portion of the workout anyway. So you got to engage your upper back. If you're taking an over-under grip, then go ahead and grab the band like you would. You're gonna give yourself some distance. Use that upper back tightness. Engage, drop them down, and then engage the lats to pull the bar, or in this case the band, to your thighs. So I'm using my lats right now just to hold it there. Then I'm going to kick my hips back like a Romanian deadlift or a stiff-legged dead, and I'm going to keep that band against my thighs the entire time. And that's going to train you to hold that upper back tightness specifically in the lat, as keeping the lat engaged and keeping the arms close to the body. So, Robert, Ben, would you disagree with Kevin Oak's line of thought? One of his recent videos, he talked about powerlifting being in the middle of bodybuilding and Olympic lifting, but he seems to be more on the power building focus of things. Different people have different, I guess, views that they view the sport. I don't know, hard to say. Olympic lifting is very technical and it's very explosive. Total strength demands are not nearly as high. In bodybuilding, there's no strength requirement at all. It's all about activation. The weight progression is honestly just kind of a guide for are you making progress or not, in terms of, otherwise it's just purely visual. And powerlifting is just totally strength dependent. I'd hesitate to line them up on a spectrum. I would say that they're individual things, and they're all in the camp of strength sport. but powerlifting is purely about strength expression. Olympic lifting is about explosiveness and technical proficiency, and bodybuilding is about muscle activation and diet management. So that's the view I would look at them on. But I don't feel the need necessarily to categorize all these things, because that kind of discussion is sort of just for theoretical stimulation, I guess. It doesn't really help a whole lot in terms of practical use. But maybe I'm jaded a little bit to that, because I have so much interaction in this sport. Like, if my entire life is based around it. Jimmy, playing League for hours used to destroy my mobility. Yep, you got to get up, man. You got to get up and move around a bit. Take breaks every game, instead of just queuing back up. If you're a gamer, get up after a round, get up after a match, stretch for like 5 minutes and go back at it, and it'll help you a lot. For real. Yaya, I did not watch today's USAPL Open national stream. Boxstrass, welcome. In general, Yaya, I'm not a huge... I don't follow the equipped side of the sport nearly as much. Not to say that I don't respect it. It's just I'm not as engaged in that competitive field in terms of as a spectator. So, Swoop 7777. I think I said the right. You got a hard 8-pack or a flabby 8-pack like myself? I have a very strong core, and then whatever's on top of it is whatever's on top of it at the time. That's what I'll say. Lewis, if you bench 3 times a week, how often should I do chest hypertrophy? Well, if you're activating those muscles 3 times a week, right? You mean in terms of like to just focus on hypertrophy and not work on strength goals? It's that's hard to just give an idea for, as much as you can recover from. If your goal is to build your chest up. Yeah, it's a very personal, like in terms of the advice that I would give. That's whenever someone says, "Hey, what's the best program? What's the best way to go about this?" It's individualized. A lot of things can work, but the best thing that will work will be something that's designed for you, with you in mind, given your adaptive response rate, given your fatigue management, given your maximum recoverable volume and the minimum effective dose of volume, given the ranges of intensity that you tend to handle and how you are from like intra-set recovery, and like there's a whole lot of factors that go into it. So, Seagazing 6, hello, welcome. Swoops, it's best to do chest hypertrophy 5 days before your chest max day. That's assuming that you have a programmatic structure that focuses and breaks up your targets from hypertrophy and maximum effort type things, I guess. But that, I mean, yeah, you said anecdotal, so that's fair. Oh boy. Got 495 on the bar. Oh, I did get slowed down a little bit. That's my bad. My bad, I distracted myself. You played yourself. Is it weird that I feel a little less woken up than I usually do when I'm doing this at like midnight? Alright. I'm less woke, fam. I'm less woke. Gotta get more woke. Throw the hook in on this set. Just a single, nice little warm-up single. Awkward grip. left hand there, but it's okay. Glutes are a little, hips and glutes are a little bit bound up at the moment. That's okay though. They'll loosen up, or they won't, and we'll just do it anyway. Sun kills moon. What would be a good way to balance my erector spinae? My right is stronger than my left. I think it's called bird dogs. Those things where you're down on your hands and knees and you have one arm go up and the opposite leg go back, and just trying to focus on stabilizing the spine and develop kind of your body's self-awareness in terms of activation. It'd be really difficult. It's not like, oh, my bicep on the left side is bigger than my right, so I'm going to work on it more. It's your spine's kind of hard to segment, so it comes down to just activation and not overworking one side by leaning into the other, kind of a thing. So, I guess my general answer is slowly, carefully, and with attention to detail in terms of all the positions that you're in. John, hello, Mr. Rice. My squat is holding me back. I high bar, narrow stance, Oli style. What accessories would you recommend? I have no idea what your build is. I have no idea where your squat is struggling or where it's falling apart, where your sticking point is. I'm going to assume, like most people, that high bar squat, that the erectors end up being the limiting factor. Partly, people say quad strength a lot because the quads bail out, but at the same time, the limiting factor usually ends up being the low back, because you have this lever from the hip to where the bar is placed. With a high bar squat, that lever is longer, and any kind of forward movement at all is going to challenge your spinal neutrality way more than a lower position where your center of gravity is lower. And so you need to make sure that your core strength is on point and focus on control throughout the lift, because a lot of guys will hit the bottom, especially with high bar squatting. They'll kind of just drop, and they kind of try to bounce out of the bottom and use a lot of that kind of built up kinetic energy. And one of the drawbacks of that is if you hit the bottom and your hips pop back at all, you can't really recover that. You don't have any control in that position. You're relaxed at the bottom instead of holding tension and drawing yourself into the lift. So honestly, I would say focus on the lift itself, and then maybe control your tempo a little bit and find out exactly where the squat is falling apart, and then target that weakness. But usually just controlling the tempo of the lift and getting a real answer as to what is happening in the lift itself and where it's breaking down and where it's getting stuck would be the way I'd go about it. For core strength, beltless lifting hasn't actually been shown to do a whole... as much as I like doing it in terms of I like training it and it helps me with confidence and I have personal anecdotal thoughts about it, most of the research would suggest that lifting without a belt doesn't do a whole lot to actually have more motor recruitment in the core. So maybe some direct core work, but the way that you go about your core work is something to keep in mind. So actually the first coaching tips video I made, if you go to my channel and in the coaching tips with Ben playlist, the first video is about core work for powerlifting, and that might be worth checking out. Basically, I like to do ab wheel rollouts and hanging leg raises. Core work where you are in an extended position and controlling yourself, allowing there to be movement in the big joints, in the shoulders and in the hips, while keeping your spine neutral. So I would go about that way. Hope that helps. Swoops, you asked a similar question. Is it necessary to do core exercises if I already do squat, bench, pull every week, and those compound exercises work for core anyways? I mean, they are. They are work for the core. The core is being challenged. I would say that core work and grip work are things that, for me personally, I've never had a problem with having too much core strength or too much grip strength. They're always beneficial as long as it's not taking away from your ability to recover from and train the big lifts. I don't see a problem with adding that in there. If you are completely packed for time and have nothing to do, then maybe training those other lifts is enough for you. But it's the same way I would go about mobility work. I would never say you need to do more, you have to do this much mobility work. My answer when people say how much mobility work I should do is you need to do as much as you need to do. And it's very dependent on the person. We're going to have a recurring theme. For all the questions that are very specific, the theme is going to be you have to go about it in a way that is going to be best for you as an individual. So, Kopic Mokic, you can just ask a question, sir. Go ahead and just ask it. How much power have your flots? Don't know what that. Don't have any idea what you're referring to, sir. Apologies. Is that a joke in another language that I don't understand? Probably. I don't have an answer for you. I apologize. Jimmy, I haven't trained in 5 or 6 weeks. Should I come back at it 50% for a week or so? Just start whenever you want to start, man. Come back and just start slow. Be patient with yourself. Understand that time off is time off, and that your fitness is going to have dropped a little bit. There's nothing wrong with that. Tabletop Tim Dude. What's up, Ben? I just got done training myself. These live streams are great. Well, I appreciate that. Copy Moch. No, I have never defecated my pants while lifting. Never had a problem with that. Uchiha Madara, is squatting once a week sufficient? Sufficient to what? Personally, in my own anecdotal experience, I tend to feel like my squat is more consistent when I'm training it twice a week, at least. I don't think everyone has to do that. I've seen people who have had good results squatting less frequently with that. But again, theme of the stream, I think, it's what do you find your progress continuing when you're doing that? Or is your progress stalling? Like you can, if it's working, then keep doing it. And then when it starts to stall, maybe doing more will help you get a little bit better and progress further. So, I have a little problem, sir. When I pull real heavy, sometimes can I help you with that? Focus on your diet, my friend. If you are not able to control your bowels while lifting, that shouldn't. Yeah, maybe see a doctor, and definitely monitor your pre workout nutrition a little bit more. Maybe lower the fiber intake. Lower the fiber intake just a bit. All right, we'll actually film this one too. 605 on the bar. Last warm up. Should be a fun time. I'm not gonna lie, hook feels a little rusty not using it a whole lot, only having pretty much one working set each week. We might try it for a couple of the work sets today. That was better already. That was better already. A little bit paranoid that I'm gonna start seeing chickens running in here again. Freaked me out so bad the other day. Okay. Oh my goodness. The doctor recommended you to stop training because your uncontrollable bowel issues. I have a feeling that a Google search might help. How to lift weights when can't control stuff, Lewis toxin stuff. How do you stop your erection showing when you bench? Think non-arousing thoughts, I guess, or just own it, man. Do your thing. Don't be ashamed. Live your life out there for the world. Amina, when we love you, Ben is too kind. Well, you guys are. Thank you. Goodness gracious. Okay. Kopich Mokic, your questions are maybe not the most helpful. Maybe not the most helpful. Maybe don't seem so serious. So I'm not gonna boot you or anything. But if you have any real questions, I will happily address them. Ramina, a stand-up guy like no other. Oh my. Sun kills moon. I have no idea how much I can Meadows row or a one-arm dumbbell row. The only dumbbells I have in here go up to like 20 pounds. So it would be hard to say. Robert, you're a mod for 2 channels at Twitch. Okay. I think I'm getting most of it figured out. I just didn't want to commit to trying to have it figured out before this. So. ADZ, hey, hello. Nice little emoji there. Kopich Mokic, training for about 7. You're very much serious. It's weird that I don't answer you. I'm just having a hard time finding the questions you're asking to be serious, my friend. All right, thanks, Robert. Appreciate it, man. How can you make your muscles stronger? By moving them through a full range of motion with adequate loading and progressing over time to force them to adapt. That's how I would go about it if I were you. Yeah, I think we do. I think we have some spammers. I'm gonna try and be patient, though. Practice patience. We shall see. We shall see. I don't think I need much more of a break. Uchiha, they can. They're not spamming too much right now, although I don't understand the language of some of that stuff. I'd rather not have to block you guys, so I'd appreciate you just not spamming. But if so, I'll just have to just delete your comments. So please don't. I'd really rather not that be the case. All right. Well, I'm glad you guys can have fun, but I want to answer real questions. So I want to help you guys out. ADZ, never done pause deads. Feels like it would murder the back. It definitely challenges the core. It challenges the core, including your low back. You have to be very consistent with your positions. You have to be very focused on what you're doing. Yep. So we're going to get ready to do this. Technically, the top set this week is only 10 pounds more than the working triples. So Uchiha, I do, yes, coaching is my main job. That's what I spend most of my time doing. So that's one of the reasons why I tend to enjoy these so much, is that I can talk to you guys and answer questions and hang out and do that stuff. So the email for that's in the description box if you're interested in that, as well as the Discord server for anybody who's interested in following the streams after this particular one too. Sun kills moon. How come I always hear spinal flexion is bad, but when I stretch doing spinal flexion it gets rid of pain in my spine? Stretching is different than putting the spine in a compromised position under load. So that's something to consider. It's spinal flexion in terms of just moving and having spinal flexion, having a mobile spine when it's not loaded is totally fine. That can be good for you. But as soon as you have spinal flexion, so these are the vertebrae, and I have spinal flexion, I'm putting pressure on the front of the disc and having pressure off the back of the disc. If I were to load that, it's going to put more pressure on that. And so that's the real problem with spinal flexion while loaded. So just something to keep in mind. Dom Cooler, best deadlift variation besides deadlifts for weakness off the floor. I would use a pause dead before I use deficits, honestly, because deficits are putting you in an artificial position and range of motion that you'll never have to be in. So it might cause you to build strength, but you're building strength in a position that you're never going to be in. So maybe focusing on a pause deadlift, stopping immediately off the floor forces you to hold your positions, and then being able to accelerate after being in your weakest position. If you get off the ground in a good stable position, it's very unlikely that as you accelerate to the lockout that you're going to lose that spinal position. So just something to think. Kopich, I do not use anabolics, and I'm not planning on coming to Israel, but yeah. ADZ, I recently added block pulls. You think they're effective for lockout, Ben? I think that they're an effective way to train your positions if you lack the hip mobility to be able to get into a solid position, to train you to practice that and slowly over time get closer and closer to the ground to improve those positions. I think that honestly, something like a pause dead is going to be better for your lockout, because most lifters think they have a lockout weakness when they really are just getting in a bad position out of the start of the lift. So that's how I would approach it. If you film yourself from the side, film your deadlift from the side and see what your position is immediately off the ground. If you're in a perfect position and then you get up to the lockout and you don't have the strength to finish, then you have a lockout weakness. If you're not in a perfect position off the ground, then you have a start position weakness. All right, Kopich. I'm gonna give you another chance to maybe not be as disruptive, and then I'm just gonna have to block you from the chat because you're potentially detracting from other people who have real questions and real input. So yeah, here you go, Robert. Congratulations, sir. You've just been knighted. Welcome to the moderate squad. I'll trust your judgment on some of those things, because I don't want to be a bad guy. But if you don't mind being a bad guy, I'll give you the power. David, when you analyze programming, what are the 3 key factors you consider to implement? Most people would say that you're like volume, intensity, and frequency. I think that exercise selection is something to also put into account. I think that a big factor that people maybe don't think about too is a person's individual fatigue resistance. which a lot of times that goes into volume. Like if those variables, those 3 variables are the things that really a coach or someone who's writing programming gets to play with the most, would be those 3 variables. How the total amount of work being done, the work capacity or the volume, the intensity range, so how close to someone's maximum potential of loading for any particular set you're working within, and then frequency, how often they're performing those lifts. So those are, I mean, that's kind of the fundamental thing that all programming is based off of. It's manipulating those 3 factors and then a whole bunch of other things like exercise selection, specificity, managing fatigue, tolerance, and then figuring out someone's kind of adaptive response rate. So things like that. I hope that answers your question. There's a lot of factors that go into programming, but those are the ones that I would say if you're asking for the 3 key factors, that's probably it. Sun Kills Moon, do I have an opinion on reverse hyper for rehab? I've heard good things about it, and in the past I've used it. I don't have access to one right now, so if I did, I would have a stronger anecdotal opinion, but since I don't, I can only really go off of what people say and what I have had individual experience with in the past, which was mostly positive things. John, how much focus do you Wilks? My last comp, I weighed in 2.5 kgs less than my second last comp, and my squat went down, bench up, deadlift same, and Wilks went up 8 points. Total went up 5 kgs. I mean, if you're in a competition setting where Wilks is going to be a factor, I'd say it matters more the more competitive you get, the higher you get. I'm not a huge fan of the Wilks formula. I'm biased because it definitely favors the weight classes that are away from the ones that I compete in. It hits the men's middle weight classes the hardest, where being lightweight or being a super heavyweight, the formula really favors those lifters. But at the Arnold, I was in a battle, a head-to-head battle, and Wilks was the only determining factor. The placement was not on those. So you say now you want to weigh less and less. I think that if you're cutting weight just for your Wilks, you may be giving up potential progress that can be made by just getting as strong as you can in a weight class. So getting to the top of a weight class and getting as strong as you're able to with that body weight. Your Wilks will probably end up going up even more than it would by trying to get stronger while also losing weight. Being in a deficit is really tough. So, yeah, I hope that Kick and Wing. Hi, Ben. Hello, sir. Welcome. Universal. Let's say Ben, one has bad over deadlift form. Can pause deadlift force one to automatically get in a good position because you can't finish the lift with bad position on pause deads? It exposes the weakness. I mean, you can have bad position on a pause deadlift. It just feels horrible. Like it's once you it exposes the weakness. It doesn't necessarily fix the weakness unless you target it. So you need to use a light enough weight that you can hold the right positions. Film your sets from the side so that you know if you're getting in the right positions. Be honest with yourself, and then use it as a tool to build that consistency in terms of your kind of commitment to the position integrity. So pause dead, I mean, nothing's a magic fix, right? Nothing is going to like do this and it'll magically fix it. But you can use it as a tool that is maybe a little bit more helpful than something, than another tool that isn't as helpful. So that's the way I tend to think of variance in the lifts and accessory work, saying like on a scale of 1 to most helpful, these are a pause deadlift, you know, and versus maybe a deficit where it can be helpful, but I'm putting myself in a position that's not actually one that I'm going to have to ever be in the competition lift. This is an unnatural, I mean, the lifts themselves are kind of unnatural positions, but it's a position that if I get really, really good at deficit deadlifts, there's no guarantee that that's going to transfer over because I'm training a different starting position, where with a pause dead, it's really hard to have a very strong pause dead and a weak regular deadlift. So that's how I'd approach that. Oh, top set. Top set. Fun. got 675 on the bar. Still not having the best. It's like the 6th week in a row that I think that we've used this top set weight. So that's kind of fun. Definitely more chalk than I need probably, but I'd rather have it not needed. I was very excited this week when I bought some new chalk, since last week I didn't have enough and it was a real struggle bus. And so on deck here we've got a paused, double pause single. If the first pause feels controlled, we'll pause it a second time at the knee. And then try to accelerate to the lockout. And try not to be a little baby then with the thumb discomfort with the hook. So we'll see. Yippers. We did the thing. Yeah, hook feels a little bit rusty for sure. ADZ, have I... a moment of silence, thank you guys. Have I mentioned who my favorite Twitch streamers are? Faraz Khan, probably my #1 favorite. I like watching Dark Souls no hit runs. And I think he's like Squillakilla, the Happy Hob. Those guys are guys who run those games. I've watched a little bit of Lobos Jr., another Dark Souls runner. Ouroboros, I just think he's funny. I like his squeaky voice, reminds me of mine sometimes. And then some of the league streamers that I still watch occasionally: Scara, Cutie Pie, Voyboy. Voyboy is probably one of my favorite streamers. So, forewarned, I never make it to these live sessions. These live sessions are never in the afternoon for me, so that's probably one of the contributing factors to that. I'm glad you made it this time, though. Is it correct to assume that you don't drink alcohol? Nope, I've never had alcohol in my life, so hashtag just I'm not interested in it. Universe, I've played like, I don't own Battlefield. I think I've played on a friend's console like once. So I was a dirty COD player when I was playing console games a lot. The inner life streaming section is getting pretty entertaining. Well, I hope that I'll be able to contribute to that in a positive way. So that's the direction we're moving here. Try to separate the content production from the streaming, so that people can kind of focus on what they want to see. Rodney, you like it when I'm 30? I'm very chalky right now. What are my pause deadlifting Zezus? Today we just did the top single of 675 for a double pause beltless, and then the back off sets are 665 for triples. So two pause triples and then 2 non-pause triples. John, I do incorporate pull-ups. Today's accessories are supposed to be weighted chins. I tend to not do accessories on stream because I just tend to go through them a lot quicker, and kind of have my heart rate up a little bit too. And so, plus, I just feel like it's not as interesting as doing the regular work. Baby, are you going to do deadlifts in my favorite way in about 6 hours? Sumo pause, painful self-sacrifice and suffering, Deads. Sounds perfect, man. Universe 360 no scope, ATG pause, Deads. Exactly. Headshot that pause. Complexity, I don't know, man. I'm an optic guy. I think they were the first. I'm like the most vanilla esports fan ever. I'm a TSM fan. I'm an optic fan. Like, that's just the first teams I was introduced to when I got into esports. And so whether they're good or not at the time, I support my teams. I respect anybody who's at the top of their game in anything, though. Optic Christ, let's go. Yep. Green wall. Yeah, TSM International Tourney. I've already coped with that particular performance from TSM Midseason Invitational this year. It was not a good showing, but they didn't play well. So that's just what it is. Jesus, what's the first real program I ever ran? Man, I don't even know. I don't even know what it was. Probably something that I completely changed everything out of anyway, so it'd be hard to point and say, like, yeah, I ran this program as it was intended. I don't know if I've ever done that. Honestly, I can't think of any one time where I've just run a program that was out of the box kind of thing, where I didn't change a large amount of it. Even when I was doing Shaco, I think that's probably the closest I ever stayed, is when I was doing a lot of Shaco stuff. So I never ran any get thick programs. ADZ, I followed COD Esports for a long time, stopped after Advanced Warfare. I stopped at Advanced Warfare. I'm the weirdo who got really into it during, I think competitive during Ghost was like my favorite competitive. So, John, do I know my USAPL rank? Have I ever had a chance for Worlds? I don't, I'm going up a weight class. Last year I finished Nationals 6th. If I would have gotten my last pull, which I totally botched, it would have bumped me to 4th, I think. And I just botched that up. And a few years ago that actually would have qualified. Like the top 8 finishers at Nationals this last year all would have won Nationals a few years ago. It's kind of crazy. Just the quality of the competition's gone up. I think at the time my better chances, where I could have just walked in and gone, would have been a few years ago. I think a lot of other people have shown up and been really awesome, and I think not this next year, but the year after is when I'm really looking to be as competitive as possible, going into the 105 weight class, because I'm coming up from the 93s and it's taking a long time to do it, and so we're gonna try our best. But I'm interested in just giving my best and seeing what I am able to accomplish. I definitely don't hold any kind of ego when it comes to like where I should be or what's deserved or whatnot. I think there's a lot of really gifted hard workers, and I'm just honored to share the platform with a lot of them. So, AZ, I didn't have access to Black Ops 2. I watched a little bit of Black Ops 2, but like I came into watching competitive COD when Black Ops 2 was finishing into Ghosts. I got really into it during Ghosts. And then Advanced Warfare, I didn't have a next-gen console, and so I couldn't play the game, and it got really frustrating that they really kind of didn't support the consoles that they released it on. They only supported the next-gen, and like the game was just broken. The game was broken for me for 2 months, and so I couldn't keep playing it. It was too frustrating. So, Maximum Gains, no 2 a.m. workout, not today. Fixing the sleep schedule slowly but surely. Forewarn, I've never played golf. Maybe some putt-putt. I'm a putt-putt stud, but not a golfer. Weightlifting program for someone whose only purpose was to hit a golf ball far. My best friend Adam's wife, Christina, is like a professional level golfer, and he plays professional football for the New Orleans Saints, and does a lot of strength training and has her doing stuff. So, do you think you could do a weightlifting program for someone whose only purpose? That's a specificity is kind of a thing, but in terms of like getting stronger in general can be very beneficial as long as it's not taking away from the skill that you're practicing, whatever your competitive skill needs to be. In that case, hitting a golf ball. Universe AZ, what's my best KD in a single round ever? Oh man, I didn't play Search. I didn't play Search very often at all. I don't know. I maintained it. When I first started playing, I was way behind the curve. In Ghost, the first few months that I played, I had a definitely a negative KD, and over time, I was able to bring it up to positive. And I was probably around between a 1.5 and a 2 KD player consistently. And then I started playing Black Ops 3 after Advanced Warfare had like died. When my girlfriend bought me a PS4 and I started playing Black Ops 3 and was over a single KD player, even though I came to that game 6 months late. So I don't remember what my best any best round or any best game was. I had a couple where I did well and I had a couple where I didn't do so well. I think I was a pretty average player by the end of it, and I worked really hard to become an average player because I was severely below average when I started playing. Ooty pooty. Do you listen to any podcasts? Yes, I love podcasts. I love long form commentary type content on YouTube. It's my favorite type of stuff. So I listen to podcasts. Yesterday I was walking around playing Pokemon Go and listened to a few podcasts. I walked for like 10, 15 miles. Rodney, can you briefly explain concurrent training without technical jargon like other training schools do so that we buy their plan? If not, that's okay. Concurrent training as in... what do you mean by concurrent training? Concurrent as in multiple things being trained at the same time? So like undulating periodization or like conjugated training for... conjugate method is really just concurrent training because of the size of the microcycle that they use. Can you give me an idea of specifically clear up my confusion for me about what concurrent training means to you, and then I will try my best to break it apart and not use jargon that's confusing. Robert thinks he can take me down in putt-putt. I beg to differ. I don't even know how. I'd probably be terrible still. Maximus, Adam Bighill. Yep. Best friend. I was the best man at his wedding. We toasted with Monster energy drinks. Behind him. Just had a baby girl. Or Christina just had a baby girl. Adam did not birth the child. Yep, that guy. Lewis, I killed Optic Bread once. I still like meeting Jesus, man. A to Z was the king of free-for-all. I liked objective games initially because I was an objective player because my gun skill was really terrible when I played Call of Duty, but it got better eventually, and I branched out to more game types. Again, I think that at my best, I made myself into probably an average player. Where I did not start average. I started way below average. John, any reason behind not drinking alcohol? I've never been interested in it, man. Never. Currently don't drink alcohol, but I've had it. Yeah, there was literally zero interest throughout my entire life. I was never tempted by it. It was never... I don't think it's like a sign of moral superiority or anything for me because it was never something that I had to battle with. Like, oh, do I want to try it or not? Maybe like overcoming the peer pressure, but it was not something that I was tempted to do in the first place, so peer pressure didn't really have much of an effect in terms of that particular thing for me. It just had... I saw no benefit to it for me. I didn't think it was going to make me a better lifter, and I really cared about lifting and prioritized it very high in my life. It's expensive. It never smells good to me. I've been around a lot of drunk people, and I'm not really impressed with how they act or tend to think when they're drunk. So I didn't see the appeal personally. And I don't have a problem when it comes to being in social settings. I don't really need a social lubricant to have fun with people. I enjoy interaction, and usually interaction that people remember. And so I wouldn't want to put myself in a position to say like, oh, I like to loosen up at a party. I would just talk to people and do that without alcohol. Which one's BB? I like the Cracked podcast because at times I'm a dirty liberal. I like the Joe Rogan podcast because at times I'm a dirty libertarian. I like listening to some of the stuff that Ben Shapiro says at times because I can be a dirty conservative. I just like to listen to a lot of different ideas about different things. Was it Mark Maron, the WTF podcast? I think he's got some good stuff. I just bounce around, but usually Cracked and the Joe Rogan podcast have the most variety of the kind of things that I'm interested in listening to. So I wait for those. I've listened to, used to listen to a bunch of SourceFed stuff. Mike Falzone and Steve Zaragoza have the Dynamic Banter podcast that I kind of enjoy occasionally. So, Universe AZ favorite Pokemon? Snorlax from Gen 1. 100%. When 10-year-old Ben wanted a tattoo of Snorlax on his back, and that's why I don't have tattoos, because if I would listen to myself 10 years later thinking like, oh, that would be kind of a cool tattoo to get, I would have gotten a Snorlax. And as awesome as that would be, probably not the best life decision. Jimmy, honest thoughts on the state of the U.S., politics, Trump? I think that we are a deeply divided nation right now. I think that there is a lot of odd things that are happening that it's pretty unprecedented. And I hope that we get through it in one piece. I'm nervous, but I also understand that I'm not the person who is at the biggest risk right now. I'm not the one who's got the big target on my back in terms of certain changes in policies affecting me heavily, and I just try my best to stay engaged and involved and to improve my own understanding of what's going on in the world so that I can be a responsible citizen and try to help positively influence others in the only way that I have control of, which is to kind of clean up my own room first. Jordan Peterson podcast that I listened to a few days ago talked about the idea of when people are trying to change the world by going out and changing other people, where maybe the more effective attempt it would be to focus on working on yourself and trying to clean up the control that you have within your own life and focus on that and be a better person. Try to focus on giving of yourself to the world and helping people that way. And so that's how I go about it. So I guess that's my answer. Forewarned, thank you for the super generous donation. Oh my goodness. Super chat. Everybody give some love to Forewarned for that incredibly, wow. Thanks, man. It's never expected, but it's always very, very appreciated. You just reminded me that I needed to do another set, because otherwise I'm just sitting here talking, which I love doing, but thank you. Thank you, brother. A to Z, where should someone be with 4 years training? I feel like I should be way above 190 kg deadlift by now, but I'm tall. Everybody is very much their own pace, my friend. If you're working as hard as you can and trying to make solid decisions in training and training smart, intelligently, and with focus and intentionality, then you're going to make the progress however you can make it. Don't compare yourself to other people in any way that could be unproductive. Use comparisons as motivation only. If you start to beat yourself up because you're not where you think you should be because you see someone else doing it, don't allow that to dissuade you from working hard. It should only serve to motivate you and be useful in that way, and then let the rest go, because it's not worth it and it's not worth your time, mental energy, or effort. Kick and wing. I do like cats. I love my cat. My cat Chester is the best cat. He's very much like a dog, though, so I would hesitate to say that I like all cats, because he is not a great example, because he's so abnormal in his behaviors. Easy, you never drink either. Yeah, I have friends who do. I don't judge them. I'm gonna do a Rodney. I think I get what you're saying now. So I'm gonna answer that question, but I need to try and do at least one of these sets first. So I will come back to that. I have you highlighted so that I will come back to your question. I don't want to miss it. We got 665 for these triples, and I have a feeling they're going to be a little tougher if I'm not able to kind of bring my focus in a bit. And I'm fine with them being tougher, but I also want them to be manageable. And last week was very challenging, despite I had a couple other things that were kind of contributing factors to that, but I want to make sure I get the most out of these. All right. So that's what I was a little worried about. My not so much that they were like incredibly challenging, but if I take too long in between some of those sets, then I tend to just sort of cool off or ice myself, and so I got a little lightheaded on those. They weren't horrible, better than last week, even with 10 more pounds. Just because last week was so rough. But definitely a lot of room to improve on those. So, hard to rate. Never know what to call those. Question mark. Whew. Over rested. Little lightheaded. Still comfortable. Relatively speaking. Manageable. Better word than comfortable. Whew. All right. Rodney. Where are you at? Concurrent periodization. Whatever Alpha Destiny preaches. Very adamant about what he says and backs up with studies, but then goes on to explain it with technical jargon. So, concurrent periodization usually means that someone's volume and loading are both increasing at the same rate, or are both trending up. So, like, general linear periodization would be the amount of work, the volume you're doing, the sets and reps, should stay around the same, and the weight is moving up in a linear fashion. In block periodization, you might have a block where you are getting more volume with lower intensity, and so maybe the volume is increasing, the amount of work you're doing is increasing without messing as much with the weights. And then you'll come to kind of an intensification block where, so after that 4 or 5 weeks of getting your work capacity up, you're going to start transitioning that into more strength building by lowering some of the volume, increasing some of the intensity ranges, and then peaking where the volume will drop off sharply and the intensity will spike. Concurrent periodization usually means that the weight you're using is going up each week in like it would for linear periodization, but the amount of work, the volume you're doing is also going. So you might be adding a rep to some of your sets, or you might be adding sets or more work along with that. And that concurrent periodization is it would be probably most appropriate for a novice or an intermediate lifter who can make rapid progress both in their amount of work capacity they can handle, the amount of work you can do, and in the weights that they're able to handle and how they can improve their maximum weight ability as they're going. So I hope that's not too technical. I tried to explain the jargon terms, but it's really hard because things like volume, frequency, intensity, those words are kind of, I wouldn't almost consider them technical jargon, as I'd consider them necessary terms to think about in terms of variables for training. CA Ka with the 20. Oh wow, thank you so much. Thank you guys. To both Forewarned and Born Against Hate. Born Against Hate. Oh, that's probably Canadian. Born Against Hate. Thank you guys so much. Whew. I'm still trying to, it's not that I'm out of breath, I guess, but that lightheaded feeling there was a little bit challenging for the lungs. Rodney, don't worry, you're not, that's not a noob thing. That's not a noob thing. That's a good question, and it's good to ask for clarification when you have the chance to try to understand those terms better. It's really helpful I would always encourage someone never to just take someone's word at face value and to do your own research and follow up. So, John, same, lifting is priority. So you don't drink wine with the girlfriend? Nope. She drinks responsibly when she drinks. She'll have wine or she'll have a drink if she feels like it, but she doesn't ever get drunk, and I appreciate that about her. I think that's something that I value, that our relationship, I never have to worry about who I'm talking to. Robert, a dirty liberal, libertarian, conservative, poor Ben is so lost. I'm just a centrist, but you're not allowed to be anymore, right? You're not allowed to have opinions that are maybe contradictory to other areas of a sect. I see a lot of different thoughts. I see a lot of different points. I'm very much on the fence with a lot of issues. Rodney, Andy Worski, sounds familiar, sounds very familiar. Michael, what is the benefits of the ab wheel, especially since your core has to be super strong at the weight you're lifting? Your core having more strength. I've never had a problem with having too much core strength or grip strength. Those are the two things. Also, Rodney, thank you so much for the donation. You guys are freaking killing it today. That's all right. I wasn't sure how long we're gonna stream, but you guys have definitely bought some time in terms of we're gonna even when we're done with the workout. If people have more questions, we're gonna keep it going for a while. Whew. Robert, I go to U of T. You should see the protest against Jordan Peterson, man. Yeah, I respect people's right to protest, but I think that you have to understand in a lot of those situations, if you're not open to dialogue, if you're not open to having a conversation with the person about their thoughts and feelings, then you can't help bring them to a better understanding. And just yelling at someone, even if you're right, is not going to convince them. People get defensive. Have a conversation with somebody if you want to change their mind. Treat them with respect and kindness, and try to bring each other to a mutual understanding. If your intention is to improve someone's understanding of something because you care about them as a person and their best potential success in the world is being someone who has a higher understanding, if you believe something is the truth, you owe it to that ideal to represent it to the best of your ability. And it's very ineffectual to do that by yelling at someone and not listening to their thoughts, because they're not going to be receptive of it if they feel shut down, like they're not involved in the conversation. So maybe that's just my worldview. Like I said, I'm a dirty centrist. Sun Kills Moon, do you need animal products, meat to be as strong as possible? I have so much internal struggle with this, my friend, because I love animals, and I also am not a vegetarian or a vegan, and I have severe internal struggles with coming to terms with those two ideas. I think that most of the research I've seen and most of the understanding that I have from people in the field that are more informed on those particular topics and that kind of a question, my understanding of the current literature and the current research and the current kind of direction that it's going is that the amount of effort it would take to have the same quality of nutrition intake for a performance athlete for a non-animal product consuming athlete would be a lot of work, and it potentially would not produce a superior result. But I am not a nutrition specialist. I am a strength training specialist. I will default that I do not know all the things, but I also do not have a love for cooking and food preparation, and so there is definitely a part where I struggle with being able to kind of come to terms with that. It's a huge moral quandary within my own, I guess, belief system. So, yeah, I wish I had a better answer for you there. Awesome. John, what do you get for a super chat? Your comment pops up immediately to me. I can see it right away, and I will. In my videos, I tend to anybody who's generous enough to donate to the super chat ends up getting a shout out in my videos. In the end, I'll put a plate and say the people who donated during the stream. That if that's not something that is a motivator, that's fine. I still want to show my appreciation for those people. So. But what is it? What do you get? I mean, I'm going to answer the questions the same. You get my appreciation. That's really what it is. And so there's no expectation of it. You don't have to do it, and I will continue to have the stream basically be the exact same whether or not people are donating. It's just very much appreciated if people feel like they're in a position where they can donate and they feel like they want to donate. So, aliens, hello. John, we're already friends on Facebook. We're already friends on Facebook, yeah. Invading PogChamp. I arrived in New York like 4 hours ago. Well, I'm glad you made it safely. Jason, Ben, I fixed my problem with my belt coming up my waist. It was a technique problem. Turns out my back was rounding nearly every time I came to depth. There you go. when you change the angles involved and the dimensions, that could be a thing. Hey-oh. Don't need her helps. That was sexy. Oh man, the Rodney donation, yeah, from Western Europe, aren't you? Donation's all up in here. It's lit. Bought some time, shirtless. No shirtless time, guys. Sorry. When we get the Twitch thing going, there is a picture of my shirtless thug face going on, so that'll be on the description page of the Twitch channel when that's officially going. Amiro, it's 10:46 in Brisbane. Well, glad that I caught you in the morning time. Glad to see it still works out, even if I'm not like starting at 10 p.m. Lewis, do I ever deload? Depends in what context you're referring to. Okay, so we got a little tear there that I didn't notice. So we might have to do a little bit of protection on that. I'm going to mummify this hand basically. Because I could definitely do this lift without it, but I don't want to bleed all over my bar and potentially risk it getting worse because I'm not taking care of it. So, Jimmy, your center left too. Have you heard of Sam Harris? Yes, I have. If you're into middle ground rational politics, you'd love his podcast. I listen to a lot of stuff Sam says. I like a lot of ideas. I tend to try and listen to a bunch of different ideas, though, and I'm not discounting it. I think that's a good recommendation. I like to listen to a lot of different ideas because I like to challenge myself. And one thing that I would really that I try to avoid is ever just going somewhere where the person already just completely agrees with me and having that be my only source of info. I like to seek out opposing ideologies and try to challenge myself by exposing my system of beliefs and understandings about the world to maybe even combative opposing thoughts and ideologies, because there's no better way to strengthen your stance than to understand what the opposing thoughts on the issue are. And so I really highly recommend to anybody who's interested in not just being political, but in improving their own understanding and seeking the truth, to seek out as many potential sources as possible and finding people that are competent in representing opinions that are different, intentionally different than your own, instead of just getting stuck in the habit of only finding people who 100% agree with your viewpoint and perspective. Because even if you don't find yourself changing your viewpoint and perspective, it makes it a lot easier to kind of strengthen your own ideals when you spend time learning about other people's perspectives. Or at least that's my advice. I think I've said this a couple times in some of these streams too, where I think of the Tim Minchin song "The Fence." It was, the more you know, the harder you'll find it to make up your mind. It doesn't really matter if you find that you can't see which grass is greener, because either way, it's easier to see the difference when you're sitting on the fence. I think that's a piece of really powerful thought. John, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, for the super chat, my friend. I was distracted by taping the mummifying the hand a little bit more. If you guys are curious as to why I did it that way and reinforced it on the wrist, I do have a video about taping your hand specifically for callus tears, and now you've seen it officially in action. So I practice what I preach in terms of some of those things. Dirty centrist. All right. Here we go. I think I'm way behind again. Am I way behind again? Probably. Jimmy, thoughts on masthetics? I'm friends with Simon and Garrett. I knew Simon before they were masthetics, and they've always been nothing but kind to me. So very much, I think that their internet personalities are very intentionally divisive, and I think it's worked for them. I don't know if they always are as big of instigators in their personal lives, but it works for them. Cohen, when he did more narrow stance sumo, brought left and right together. There you go. Conventional is the only way to politic, my friends. I'm just creasing the divide. That's all it is. Causing all this pain and struggle and suffering. Okay. All right. I think I'm caught up, and I don't think anyone had any crazy. I don't got 20, but I'll do 5. John, again, thank you very much for that very generous donation, man. I appreciate it. Whether it's 5, 20, or 0, man, it means a lot. I appreciate it a lot. You guys make me feel like the time that I'm spending is worth the attention that I try to give. So, this is an Inzer Forever lever belt. It is a 13 millimeter. I've never had a 10. This is the one I've always used, and I've always liked it, and I've never had a problem with it. So, do a set. Yeah, Robert. What do you do? You're distracting me. That's all this is. This is everyone else's fault, not mine. I can't make my own decisions. I have no agency in my own life and decision-making process. Do a set. Was fixing the hand, fam. You want me bleeding all over here? I mean, this is like, for the record, this is challenging weight to do well and to have control in. We're only, fun fact, we are 10 pounds under my best pause triple for these work sets, by the way. I've never done more than 675 for a triple. I've done, 715 without a belt, but this is we're definitely in that range here. Drawback to having that extra tape is it makes it a little slippery on the hand. So, and there's very few things that I can think of that are more challenging on the grip than a pause deadlift. But the pause deads are done. Only have 2 more of those just regular sets. And if it gets bad again to where I feel it slipping, I'll just flip the hand over and hook it. Whew. Yeah, boy. The last rep was juicy. I don't know what I'd call it. I'd call it the left hand is trying to slip out. Let's try to hold myself a little more accountable on that time frame this time. Thanks, guys. Whew. Great pull. Thank you, fellas. Appreciate it. Do a set. Yeah, I should become Ben's coach. Ben just became a social justice warrior before our eyes. Are you showing my... No, I don't get offended on behalf of other people. I think that's the big problem in that particular movement. I support their right to be offended. I support someone else's right to offend. Forewarned, I saw the question last week about Hodge twins. Are there any you watch for information? If you said, I missed that part. I mean, I have a lot of friends. I have a lot of YouTube friends, and so I'd be very biased. My coaches, Eric and Hanny from The Strength Athlete, and my friend Bryce, and my friend Joe, and my friend Chris from TSA, all those coaches, they have a podcast on Bryce's channel, which is helpful and talks about a lot of issues for powerlifters. Mike DeShear, Izzy Narvaez over at Powerlifting the Win, and his own personal channel as well. My friend Garrett Blevins has some really good information and some fun philosophical talk on his channel. Brennan Campbell, who actually is coming up to Washington again next week, and we might get a chance to hang out while he's visiting, has some entertaining content on his stuff, and tries to have some educational content as well that I found helpful in the past. Some of Johnny's old stuff when he was still posting consistently. There's a lot of sources. You just have to kind of look for them. And I always tell people, even when my coaching videos where I'm giving tips and advice and here's how I would go about something, I always try to say, if I'm the first and only person you're coming to for for this information, you should look a little more too, because I'm not the only one who has these thoughts. John, I just appreciate the stream during normal people's hours. I know, man. I appreciate being able to work out a little bit normal hourly too. Unlike the last one I joined where it was up at 5 a.m. and here I've been doing a live session still lifting. 5 a.m. is getting up for work. Yep. Yep. Still not EU friendly times though. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I think we'll see what happens once they switch over to Twitch. You know, still plan on streaming Tuesdays and Saturdays, but then maybe like throw up a late night, just a European or an international time zone stream where I'm not actually lifting, because that's the biggest thing. If I can lift during normal people hours, it's really helpful for like my sleep schedule and recovery. But I could just have like a Q&A or just a hangout stream. If Lenny Jr. was here, he'd be pushing to get the Interstellar shirtless stream going, but I don't know if that's going to be a thing anytime in the near future. Jason, is it a good idea to cut for my first meet? No. I have a good chance at setting state records in that weight class. I would say if that's what your focus is, if that's what you care about going in, then I can see the justification. For the most part though, I would say cutting is an unnecessary stress for someone who there's going to be plenty of other stresses going on. It just in the performance of your first meet, if it's something you're not used to and you don't know if you're going to like it, or what all these other thoughts and feelings are going to be going through your head, it's another variable that could go wrong. But I mean, the choice is yours. You have to weigh the value of what you want to get out of it. So just something to consider. All right. Interstellar shirtless stream. Now give us some Lenny reps. Lenny. He's not here, man. Lenny's not here. Missing that little Viking avatar. John, would you ever do a live session at commercial gym? It would be entertaining for sure, just like the rec center days when you see all the students' jaws drop. I don't know. I think after I left, the rec center banned filming in that gym. And so I don't know if it would be an option in too many places. There's a lot of places that are not open to like video, which makes sense. You know, a lot of people have, I blame the gym fail culture for like pointing out other people and trying to like embarrass them. The gym isn't a place you should like feel like you can't have some semblance of privacy doing your thing. And so it does kind of affect the rest of us who are just trying to like document our own progress and not worry about other people. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if Brandon is up and we're only available, we might do like an Instagram stream if I end up having to reschedule one of these and not able to, because if I go up to Seattle to train sometime next week, I don't know what would happen. Jimmy, how do I fix my sleep schedule? I'm thinking of sleeping for 5 hours so I can sufficiently sleepy later on. I'm not sure though. That's usually what I try. The problem when I do that though is that if I do that the day before a workout, then the workout runs the risk of getting negatively affected because my recovery is down. And so usually I have to do it on a day that I'm not training, go to bed at my normal time. My biggest problem isn't waking up early. My biggest problem is being tired enough to go to bed. Even when I use melatonin or even when I'm doing things, I just have a hard time shutting my brain down because I don't like being a morning person. I get very motivated and want to do things later as the day goes on, which is unfortunate, but it's, you know, you have to deal with your own set of circumstances. I wish that I could turn it around and be motivated in the morning and be able to relax and wind down in the evening, but it's more like I'm trying to change the way my brain works now, which is it takes a lot of consistent decision making. So, and then the problem if I'm really tired, like trying to avoid napping in the middle of the day. I didn't used to nap. I got all the way through almost all of college with never being a napper, and now I just feel like a crusty old man that needs naps all the time. But yeah, it's tough, man. It's basically you just have to make a conscious effort and just make the decisions. You know, cut off your internet access, remove yourself from the temptation of externally stimulating your brain when you're trying to go to bed. Focus on, I've been practicing meditation. I've been trying to just plan on getting other things done in a systematic way to get my schedule reset, and it's challenging. It's really hard. So if it was easy, you'd already be on the schedule you want to be on. So aliens, what helps me is staying up really late. Do it like twice and you'll be caught up. See, for me, that doesn't, because I can do that and then I can be fine on like 2 hours of sleep for a couple of days. It adds up after time. Forewarned, check out the Uberman sleep schedule. I heard of that. It's one like with 5 naps in the day or something. Someone did a study when I was an RA in college, and they posted a bunch of like sleep schedule ideas around the dorm, which were interesting. Definitely interesting. My problem though is I can't when it's nap times. I have a hard time like being productive when I'm tired enough to be able to nap. So, Rodney, you recently got a good job and have to fix my sleep schedule because I'm beginning my first shift on Monday. Well, congratulations on the good job. That's awesome. Yep, we have to adjust to our situation, right? So that's the way good on you. It's a good problem to have to fix your sleep schedule because you have a good job. John, what are my thoughts on Instagram? What do you mean? How so? I'm on Instagram. I have an account. I post pictures of my cat and little videos of lifting. I like it. I like the app in general. I think in general there's just so many things, so many outlets for social media, it's really hard to keep up. And I feel like an old man, again, when it comes down to those things. I don't get Snapchat. I don't understand the appeal for that, but that seems to be really, really popular. You said good job, right? Oh, you got a job. I'm sorry. I read that wrong. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, the oops caps there, Johnny man. I noticed my gym sessions go a lot better when I've eaten really salty foods the day before. Is this common? If you have a problem with hydration, a lot of times sodium helps you to stay hydrated. It helps you hold water. Your body holds water a lot more. So that's why you see a lot of people when they're cutting weight, they'll do sodium and water manipulation. So they'll have a lot of sodium and a lot of water earlier in the week, and then they'll cut their sodium before they cut their water, and so they're still flushing it out of their system. They're not holding as much water. So maybe that's why you feel more hydrated when you have a lot of sodium. A to Z, what about pics of my cat lifting? He was chasing off those chickens today. He was eyeballing them in the back screen door so they couldn't get in and get all up in my business. I'm actually more nervous for these non-pause sets now because that last one got a little rough on the hand. I felt it slipping. That's fine. We're going to be fine. We're going to get them done. Going to get them done and take care of my hands a little better so I don't have these tears going into next week. Yeah, because there's a little tear there, and then this one was already torn. So this one going in was already, this entire part of my hand is already just like messed up, little mess. Forewarned, what am I drinking tonight? Oh, it's just a, I like, I'm trying to cut back on my Monster intake a little bit. So I have a Blue Monster over here. This is just water. It's just some sparkling water with some orange mango flavoring in it. That's what I'm drinking tonight. Where's the chickens, Ben? They're not in here right now. I do have the garage door open, so there's a very real chance they could return. Probably they'll wait till I'm benching and have my guard down like they did last time. That terrified me. Not because I'm like scared of chickens, but I was scared of something moving around that I didn't know what it was while I was benching. And I got up and I'm like, oh, it's just chickens. That's fine. Definitely not a problem I've ever had, and nothing I've ever like assumed I was going to have to deal with before. But like, what do you do when you're bench pressing and some chickens invade your garage? Free chickens, PogChamp. No, that's the thing where I get AZ. Good night. You going to bed? Well, good night to you. Thanks for hanging out, if only for a short time. I hope they make a guest appearance, not to ruin the lifts, but for the lulz. Yeah, we'll see. I think Chester was keeping them at bay though. They were not crossing the threshold into our yard this time. Because I had the super cat. Oh, goodness. All right. Well, we'll see how these go, right? close to this shin. Can't let it drift. Still trying to slip. Being on annoying little hand tape. Goodness. Strength-wise, we're okay. I'm hyperventilating a little bit on the setup. Probably just overthinking it. Infinitely harder for me to keep my positions in line when I'm not double overhand hook gripping them, but dang, that can be so much better. That can be so much better than it is right now. It's okay. It's okay. It's still better than it was last week. Last week I was struggle busting the entire time. All right, Candido, is tearing a meniscus common among squat injuries? I don't think usually. That doesn't sound very common, since it's usually a lateral injury. Happened to me a few months ago. Been out for 6 months, but I haven't seen anything online of this happening to others. I would say that's a pretty uncommon injury, but obviously it's possible. So I hope the recovery is going well. At least you said you're out for 6 months, but hopefully you're on the upswing now. Still need a haircut. I was considering going and getting a haircut before this, but I wanted to really get the workout done. So hopefully before Tuesday's session we'll have a chance to actually go get that done. That fat Asian kid, hey bro, hello. Welcome. Excuse me, that was gonna be a real big burp. Izzy, would you rather fight a chicken-sized horse or a horse-sized chicken? Wait a second. Man, I think you'd have to, a chicken-sized horse would be too easy. It'd be a tiny little horse. That would be adorable. Why not just keep that? What is it? That sounds like an Archer quote, right? Someone asked him that. Are you kidding me? They're adorable. I can't do that. I can't do that impersonation. Dang it. Now I'm mad at myself for almost dropping the bar and for not being able to do an Archer or Bob the Burgers impersonation. Then would I rather deadlift a 665-pound chicken or 665 chickens? Give me the volume on that one, fam. I'm not trying to hold a giant chicken right now. They're terrifying. When you don't see them coming, scary stuff. Aliens, I just want everyone to know that I'm the most comfortable I've been in months. Well, we're glad to hear that, brother. Glad to hear you're comfy. Ben, what do you think about there before deadlifting while you stand there? I'm trying to kick everything out of my mind. Honestly, I'm trying to clear myself. I'm trying to not think about the future or the past. I'm just trying to focus on the here and now, the present moment, my breathing, centering myself in my breath, and getting into position and not thinking about the consequences of what happens with this, and because I don't have any control on my capability after I've started. Right? I think I did a video on this. Like 2 videos ago, talking about the mental state that I try to get to for a big lift or for a set, is the idea of acceptance, that you can either do the thing or you can't do the thing, and your value isn't derived from whether or not you're able to do it, but your best effort is still going to be produced. Your best attempt at doing it is going to be produced by staying engaged and staying focused in the moment and just executing. And so that's what I'm trying to do. And I have a lot of chatter in my mind. I have a lot of things that I'm thinking about. And bringing myself into the moment sometimes takes a little bit of time. And I apologize that you guys have to sit there. I'm sure it's boring to see that setup, but it is kind of one of the consequences of having the live stream where we're talking about chickens and we're talking about politics, and then I have to go and do something that if I don't remain engaged and stay focused and center myself in that moment, not only does the weight not go well, I could potentially hurt myself. Because I definitely know I'm not invincible, and I know that this is a weight that if I'm in a bad position and I force it, in a way that I'm just because I lose my focus for a second, I could end my career in one of these sets. So I would rather not do that. I hope that answers your question. It's really just about not thinking. It's just about being present. Leslie knows 2 people who tore the meniscus from squatting. One of them did it twice, actually. That's unfortunate. I've known people who've had knee injuries from squatting, but I don't have as much experience with. Again, I know people who've torn their meniscus in other athletic pursuits, but again, I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. Alex, we're not touching the hooks. We're not. I will drop the bar, take a minute, switch to hook grip before I go and use that which shall not be named. Ronnie, what was my major? Sorry if you mentioned. It's okay, man. You're absolutely welcome to never feel bad about asking questions already answered. I don't expect someone coming into these live streams, especially if it's the first or second time, to have an entire understanding of things I might have mentioned in the previous 20 plus hours of streaming we've done. I was a vocal performance music major, and I minored in American Sign Language. So I took a lot of extra classes. I took a lot of things. My college experience was extended for years because I was taking other classes that I didn't need to graduate. I defend that decision often by saying that I feel like I learned a lot in college and had a great time growing my own understanding of the world. But I definitely could have pushed the pace a little bit and gotten out of there. I take pride in the fact that even though I was in university for like 7 or 8 years, I never failed a class. But yeah. What is the proof? Oh no. Can you use the knee? That would make sense, having valgus in the knee, cave the knee in, and putting a lot of pressure on it. That would be that lateral motion that would really tax the meniscus. I'm running into everything. I have zero spatial awareness right now in my body. Ugh. Don't do deads, kids. Don't do squat deads, dead bench deads. Don't. ASL's rad. I know how to sign poop, but that's about it. Well, that's funny because my girlfriend is way better at signing than I am. Oh no, back in the day, Robert with the strap. You know what those were from, Robert? You know what those were from? That was a snatch grip deadlift. Snatch grip. And I think I even put like Ben deadlifts with straps. What? Super clickbait title. Except I was actually wearing straps in that video. That was before I became enlightened and understood the rights and wrongs about the world and what one should do. Good Lord, Ben. I don't know if I even have those anymore. I'm gonna see. I don't know if they made it back on the trip here. Got these bad boys. Weight vest. I may have left them at the old garage because why even own them, right? Like a donation to the other guys. Proceeds. Oh, the straps. Oh, used them. Hey, man, to understand To understand true morality in the world, you first must accept your potential for malevolence and your potential for evil, because there is no morality in naivety. There is only morality in knowing what evil is, aka using straps on your deadlifts and knowing what that is, and then making a choice to conquer that internal evil and make the moral choice to abandon your potential for evil and malevolence. There you go. That's my where are we at? Ben at that moment became a dirty centrist. Can do your dirty strap using cheater for reps and I hook grip for maxes. I have straps before I got a Rogue Power Bar. Those commercial bars have no knurling. Yeah, I think he has multiple pairs, boys. Get him. Oh no. Oh no. The depth of my younger years before I knew. It's funny because that was like the one time I used those for in such a long time. It was like I had those for years and never used them. I used them for one session for, I think I did like one set of maybe multiple sets. I'm not going to lie. It was like 500 for a snatch grip conventional deadlift for like a set of 5. And I wasn't as practiced with the hook grip, so I used the straps. I'll admit it. My hands were all the way out here. I don't know how I live with myself. I used straps once on deads that same day. OD'd on deads that same day. Rip, man. Rip. Leslie, I've been inconsistent with where I touch the bar on my chest and recently bench press. Do you have any suggestions on how to fix this issue? I would say in that case, you may be, I'm making an assumption because this is how I would come to that problem, I think, is if you're allowing the bar to kind of relax on the way down instead of drawing it into yourself. And so maybe a way to go about that would be to focus on your scapular retraction and on your lat engagement when it comes to the actual descent of the bench press. So maybe take a band, take your bench grip, and using your lats to engage, pull the bar to where it would be, or the band, I suppose, and get used to that engagement, bringing it back. Because what may be happening is if you're relaxing, then it might float a little bit. But if you're pulling it into the same spot, your consistency may be a little bit higher. Because usually what happens when you're inconsistent, same thing if you're coming down in the squat and your hips are ending up in a different spot, or if you're in a deadlift and if you're having inconsistency in something, chances are you're losing tension somewhere and defaulting to a position instead of pulling yourself into the correct position or drawing yourself into it. So think of it like a spring, where instead of letting the bar, instead of like just passively resisting the bar, think of actively drawing the bar into a spot, and that's going to build up that tension in the lats and in the back and with the scapula, and then you're going to be able to produce more force on it, and most likely that will help to improve consistency of where the bar's touching, I hope. Yeah, Alien's talking about the J-curve. Is that Greg's example? Yeah, Greg Knuckles. That could be a helpful tool. So that's one way to think about it if you're not interested in getting a band and trying to use that engagement. Or do both, because ideas don't have to be mutually exclusive to be effective and helpful. Gains. Jason, an update on your question on doing flat back-to-back offsets for bigger range of motion. Been doing them for the past month and have gone from 245 to 275. There you go. A little bit more muscular engagement. Sometimes it's helpful. My day one bench I just turned into a Canadian pirate. My day one bench pressing sets have been less arched, and I think it's been helping me a lot with also with that idea of just making the lift slightly less efficient intentionally to get some more to get some more muscular activation, some more hypertrophy work in. So maybe that is a helpful thing. I think I've been doing it subconsciously as well, Jason. Leslie, that makes sense. I think I've been releasing tension when bringing the bar down due to minor bicep pain that seems to flare up after low bar squats. Bicep pain, probably that tendonitis maybe. Tendonitis from having a lack of shoulder mobility and trying to externally rotate to put yourself in position and to internally rotate to keep the bar on your back. So you have to have really flexible shoulders to be able to low bar squat with any kind of consistency. And maybe if you're not wrapping your wrists for the squats, go ahead and wrap your wrists so that it's taking some of that pressure off of the connective tissue that's in here that's going to put stress on that bicep tendon. And maybe that'll help out a little bit. A lot of people that I see will get to the bottom of a bench, myself included, and we anticipate the weight reverse. We anticipate getting to the bottom, and we get to here, and then we relax. And we let it drop the last inch. So you'll see someone's tempo on the descent. You can bring it down as fast as you can bring it down with control, but when you see a variable tempo, when you see someone bring the bar down, and then it drops the last couple inches, you're losing that tension. You lose all that work that you've been putting all that in because the tension's uncomfortable. It's not a fun place to be in, and people default to what their comfortable sensation is. Getting at the bottom of bench should be one of the least comfortable positions in all of powerlifting because all that tension should be built up, especially if you're having pain somewhere in the shoulder, in the bicep, in the elbow, in the tricep, any of these areas. So it's almost systemic that you have to make sure that your mobility in your squats and your shoulders is developed enough and is adequate to not load up that bicep to cause tendonitis issues that affect your bench press. So sometimes the fix for a bench press is to work on your shoulder mobility so your squats are less negatively impactful on it, which is crazy to think about, but it's all we have one body and it's connected to all of it. Large African, I have a stupidly strong overhead press relative to my bench. Well, congratulations. I definitely do not have that problem. Best overhead press is at 185 times 3. My best bench is 250 times 3 for a triple. Why am I saying times 3? I can't read. Is there a way to use my OHP strengths in my bench? Unfortunately, I mean, it's good to have strong shoulders. Awesome. It's never a bad thing to have stronger shoulders in the bench press. The way to work on your bench press to utilize all that strength is to practice the bench press more. That's really what it comes down to. So you can get a bunch of benefits and a bunch of positive things happening from get that extra strength in the upright, but you have to practice the bench press enough to utilize that strength. Unfortunately. I wish that it was a one-to-one carryover for everything, but like when you're developing a skill, you have to practice that skill, and that's what happens. So, Jesse, hey Ben, I'm going for a 500 beltless, strapless deadlift tomorrow morning. Well, good luck. I'm sure I'll get it, but it'll be tough. Do you think the belt helps with safety or strictly as a tool to hit bigger numbers? A little both, maybe. It's one of those things where if your core activation is solid, you may not notice the lack of belt as much. But if you're normally, I guess if you're pretty, if your shape is pretty normalized for an athletic human, I think a lot of bigger guys don't get as much out of a belt, is what I'm trying to say in a way that's not like, I don't know how to phrase it otherwise. A lot of bigger guys don't get as much out of a belt because one of the benefits of a belt is giving you something to push against if you have a small torso, and to cause some of those bracing actions. So tough to say, my friend. I think that using a belt can be a tool if it gives you peace of mind. That in and of itself can be positive. And I do think that it can help you get bigger numbers. And yeah, it does. It is a piece of, I mean, it is an assisted piece of equipment. So Lenny's here. We talked about you already, Lenny. What is this? I didn't say that, aliens. If you're fat, a belt doesn't work. I did not say that. I said maybe bigger guys don't have as much of a positive carryover from it. DBZ Rules 95. Ironically, I recently sprained my wrist because of pushing my arms in too close on low bar squats. Unfortunate, my friend. Please don't do that. Leslie, do not apologize for asking questions. That's why this is the thing. What are my favorite drills for shoulder mobility? Oh, I basically just do band and dowel dislocations. building this kind of mobility, just remember when you're mobilizing the shoulder, you need to mobilize it in a way that is consistent with what you're trying to do. So you don't want to be breaking at the sternum in terms of your spinal neutrality. So when you do your dislocations, or when you do your, and they're called dislocations, you're not supposed to be dislocating your shoulders. It's what they're called. Where you're going to bring them back, because if my shoulders are tight, I wouldn't be able to get past this point, right? And so if I let my sternum break, that's bad, because I'm losing my neutral spine. Make sure you're mobilizing within the confines of what you're trying to improve. So keep your neutral spine. Work on that process through the tension, and then maybe in some different directions. That's helpful, using a wooden dowel or a broomstick in the similar fashion. I think I didn't set my alarm this last set. We're gonna have to get ready to do this last set here, guys. Some of these can be helpful, where you're pushing getting the torso down actually, and forcing yourself to improve that range of motion. And just be patient with yourself. It may take time to develop that. And then also just check out shoulder mobility, probably from Kelly Starrett's Mobility WOD. Just do a search for like shoulder mobility improvement or something like that on YouTube, with Mobility WOD in the title, and I'm sure that you'll find very specific, helpful videos that are more in-depth than I could provide in this particular medium. But don't apologize for asking questions. That's why we do this live. If it was just so you guys could just watch me work out, I would just do what I do anyway by posting videos of the workouts. This is a conversation. This is a visit time, a hangout time. So you guys never feel bad for asking questions, as long as they're coming from a place of positive energy. Oh no. Lenny's being informed. African, you're gonna just ditching powerlifting for strongman OHP record? Go for it, man. Strongmen get paid more anyway. I hate fat guys. Benrice 2K17. Exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. And in the perfect context. Lenny's eating a quarter pounder right now. How's your back doing, man? You feeling better? Hopefully. Rodney, do I do abs? I do ab rollouts pretty consistently, and I don't do as many hanging leg raises, but I definitely did that video. I did do I just blanked reading your question while talking at the same time. I need to finish reading the question before I try to respond. And I'm distracted because I need to do this last set. I'm going to answer your question, Rodney, and then I'm going to do the next set, the last set of the deadlifts before we move on to bench press, which are infinitely less terrifying. Do you do abs, Ben? I'm a bit new to powerlifting, and I'm scared poopless when I don't do abs because I don't use a belt. Should I use a belt? I hate doing abs with a burning passion. Oftentimes, the things that we dislike doing are the things that are going to end up being the most beneficial for us to progress. I would say just make sure that you have to a way to kind of fight through some of that internal resistance that you may have towards doing that would be to recognize the benefit and the reason for it. If you're just doing abs just to do abs and you hate that, then that's not going to be helpful. But if you utilize core training in a way that is specific to trying to improve the skill of what you're working on, and recognize the benefit that it could have for having a stronger core, if it's something that maybe could improve and could be beneficial to your total, if it means a lot, if improving that skill, if improving your ability to perform is something that is worth it to you, then maybe putting some time in the stuff that you don't like to do. Like for me, I don't particularly enjoy doing a bunch of mobility work, but my performance is limited if I'm not doing it. So I have found that I have to commit to doing a little bit more than I want to do to be able to perform at my best level, and I have enough importance tied into my ability to perform this that it makes it worth it to me to put myself in an uncomfortable position of focusing on something I don't have as much short-term instant gratification joy from, something I don't necessarily have a passion for and a love for, but it positively impacts my ability to perform the thing that I do care about. So just something to consider. I'm not going to tell you have to do it because it's all your choice and you can live your life the way you want to live it. But if you see it as being potentially beneficial, it's worth investing in if you care about this in a way that's meaningful to your ability to continue doing it. Whew. I think I'm intrinsically trying to delay this last set. Yeah, waited too long, hands are raw. So that's gonna be fun. It's all right, worth it. Worth it for the worth it. When they say risk it, you gotta risk it for the biscuit. I has no biscuit, and yet risk we shall. Risk we indeed shall. That feeling where even chalking your hands is like mildly aggravating to the skin. Whatever, just gonna do it. Clear the mind. Clear it. I guess the last set will just be the easiest one by far with 0. How? What does that even mean? Sorry about that. That got real weird. That was compared to the other sets. That was so much easier. That's not the way it's supposed to work. That's supposed to be the hardest one. All right, don't question it, just appreciate it. Maybe, let's figure this out in real time. Maybe because going into that set, my expectations were severely lessened. Maybe I was just able to free myself up, didn't fear failure, and was just able to execute a little better. I knew my hand was going to be in excruciating pain. I accepted it, didn't let it distract me. Grip was fine, made a really ugly, confused face at the top, just out of natural response to that. Well, that's the good kind of surprise, I guess, the good kind of having your expectations out of the way. I just realized Ben is still deadlifting. It was a 2-hour, I planned on getting all my deadlifts done in 90 minutes, and it took us literally 2 hours and 20 minutes to do them. I ain't mad though. People donated and made it definitely feel worth it to extend the conversations. So, and you guys have been great in general. Donations or not. Just realized Ben is still deadlifting. Okay. Uh-oh, we missed something. Lenny, I didn't make you a mod at Politic. No, Aliens wasn't here, and Robert was able to handle some stuff. We were having some spam earlier going on. Goodness gracious, how did I get so far behind? What did I do? What did I not do? That picture of Benricetraining the reason I'm reporting stream for terrorism. Goodness gracious. Never again. Don't worry, guys. Never again. I don't hate fat guys, Robert. Oh, man. How did I get so far behind you guys? I'm trying. I'm trying to just catch up. I'm sure this is the most interesting stream is me just reading through the chat that I got so far behind on. Alex is still waiting for the chicken appearances. I think I gave him a good talking to, and I think Chester's got him on lockdown so they can't get past the back door. So hopefully they don't end up getting here. John, I will demonstrate proper form on the ab rollout after the bench press. Okay, so we'll get through the benches. It'll go way faster. And yeah. Jason, I mentioned Pizza Ben had his best set of the day. I don't know if it was really. I'll have to watch and see if it was actually best. It felt the least like surprisingly bad, I guess. Just that it was better than my expectations were having it set up in my mind. It triggered his fight or flight because you mentioned pizza. I just wanted to impress Lenny. I always want to impress Lenny. I want to impress you guys all. Try my best. John, you got yours ready to go. If you aren't able to wait for the benching to be done, John, check out the video that's in the first coaching tips video where I demonstrate it and talk about some of those things. And I'll try to not take too long through all these, but yeah. Dinsmore B, my bench is max 365, deadlift 425, and I'm trying to get at least 500, but I don't feel comfortable, having trouble breathing. I like sumo, but it hurts my hips. I don't know what to do. Recognize it's not going to be comfortable. Like comfort, like it shouldn't hurt like pain, like ouch, like injury pain, but comfort is definitely something that if you're waiting for it to feel right and feel comfortable, it just won't. Because the bottom of position, you have to have so much tension built up that it's going to be uncomfortable, or else you don't have any stability down there. So that's important to recognize. Maybe if you're trying, I think I've recommended this a couple of times, maybe start out with block pulls for the sumo with a higher starting position, and then slowly over time working your way down closer and closer to the ground as you go, so that you can build that mobility in the hips while allowing you to build up the strength that's necessary for the stability, because it sounds like you may have an imbalance between your mobility and your ability to stabilize in that position. If your hips are hurting, you may not have adequate stability within the range of motion that it's required to get in that position. That even makes sense. I hope it made sense. When I found out it feels bad, man. I feel you, Jesse. My bench and deadlift division is pretty similar to that kind of extreme. And without build the chest off the rest. Leslie, who are my favorite fitness YouTubers? I have so many that I like and respect and know personally, so it's really hard for me to answer that question in terms of I see a lot of value in many different lifters, and many of them I am friends with. Guys like Garrett Blevins, Brandon Campbell, Bryce Lewis, the entire TSA coaching staff, my friend Izzy Narvaez. I've called him Narvaez for like years and years, and I've just been wrong the entire time. if Johnny still posted, I like Johnny and what he does. I'm entertained sometimes by the Masthetics guys, and I like them as people. I don't have as much, I don't spend as much time watching their content. I don't tend to watch a bunch of fitness YouTubers anymore, though. I tend to watch a lot of kind of different YouTubers, a lot of podcasts, a lot of commentators. I think, honestly, it's funny. One of my favorite channels that I've been watching, and I think I'm going to reach out to him and ask if I can steal his intro music, is Movies with Mikey from Chainsaw Originals. I love his movie analysis, and I love the intros to his videos and the editing that he does. And he's not a fitness YouTuber. I really enjoy high quality things. Nick from Trainer Tips, the Pokemon Go channel. I really enjoy his video editing and the content and the style of his videos because I'm a huge nerd. Chelsea. I know Chelsea, and I like her. Chelsea Lifts, Chelsea Carabin. I mean, and then guys that a lot of people know, like Mark Bell and the Super Training guys. I see the problem with me listing off all these people is I'm not listing so many other lifters that I like and respect. Mike DeShear, the Reactive Training Systems guys. I think that there's so many. It's so heavily saturated, and I think it's worth watching many of the channels because they're even channels that are not as high with the production value or the quality or the video output sometimes can have something that can be that one thing you needed to hear that completely changes your perspective in the best way. And so I think just try and give yourself as much exposure to different ideas and thoughts and opinions as possible so that you can form your own and challenge your current understanding of any one situation, whether that's through lifting or any other life way of processing information. Sorry for that terrible answer. I'm sure that's not nearly as helpful as just giving a response of these are my top 3 because I just don't have those. Alex, I'm about to jump on Small Junior for bench as well as Big Lenny Jr. Get mine up to 3 wheels like a tricycle. Well, good luck, boys. Stay safe. Mocked Athletics, hello. Welcome back, sir. Lenny, would a lunge count as a squat if you went below parallel? Let's get a good patella pump for you. Be careful, kids. You said you like Chelsea. I do. I like Chelsea. I like Chelsea a lot. She's a nice lady. I knew my introduction to Chelsea, like, I think via Facebook back when I had more subscribers than she does. And my channel's been dying for 2 years, and hers has been just going crazy. So she's killing the game. I have the utmost respect for her grind in terms of, like, building the persona. Been in Chelsea sitting in a tree? No, she's a sweet girl, and she's a kind human being. Every interaction I've had with her online or in person, whatever, has always been very a positive interaction. So, and she's got a boyfriend, and I've got a girlfriend, and that's totes cool because she's a good person, and boys can be friends with girls and have them just be friends. Come on, kids. What century are we in? You know this. Benny Boy Biscuit Baby, why do people do a 2-step walkout instead of a 1-step? Does it have any benefits? 1-step is in, like, unrack and you step back with your right foot, because that's a 1-step walkout. Chelsea would stand in awe of the Tom Platz of abs. I'm sure we all would, Lenny. I'm sure we all would. Boys can be friends with girls. That's it, John. Boys can be friends with girls. Most of my childhood friends, I wasn't friends with many guys until I got into, like, high school. I was that kid. I was the kid who all my friends were just females. Like, growing up, maybe that's where I developed my sense of respect for women. Big Lenny has more ab definition than you. Sad feels, man. Boys will be boys, won't they, chat? Goodness gracious. 330 hard. I need to get ready for bench. You guys are being silly. Boys can be friends with girls? WTF? Yep. Crazy, right? Crazy. That you never set free. Time is love. Try it again, baby. Unlock your love. Yeah. Tape's getting caught on the bridges. That didn't feel good even a little bit. Oh no, I see the chat moving. What are you kids talking about? Nice name. Ben is taking off his pants. Ben is tucking in his shirt. Frosty, I was not the gay kid. I was the kid who was secure in my sexuality, I guess. Robert, you're excited to see Ben do glute bridges? I may not be doing those on stream, my friend. Wouldn't you love having a deadlift jack? Goodness. Nah, I think we're okay. The girls like your big badonkey, Johnny, from squatting and deadlifting. I mean, strength is usually a positive thing. It's usually a positive characteristic and trait to find in a partner, I think. So, I don't know. No alcohol, friends are all girls, a cappella group, and you have ever done anything bad in your life? Yeah, man, I've done lots of bad stuff. I'm not perfect. I don't think that those are all things that are considered necessarily perfect. It's just one way to live a life. Bad in my life. I'm terrible with money. I'm terrible with, in terms of like my business relationship with, as being a businessman, I'm a bad businessman. I think I'm a good coach and a horrible financial person, in terms of my understanding of making solid decisions all the time. I have a lot of personal things I work on, but I think I had a pretty good upbringing. I think I've had some positive interactions in the past. I've become less petty and egotistical as I've gotten older. I think that I used to have a lot of qualities that I would look back and not like about myself, and I've fought very hard to get rid of those in my life. And there's still some of them are there, and some of them are gone. Leslie, I'm a dude. My name is confusing. 99% of my friends are dudes, but my best friend has always been girls. Yeah, well, I think my initially when I was younger, my mom and her best friends, like my mom's best friends all had girls, and so growing up I would hang out with them, and so that was most of my exposure to other kids my age until I got to like high school. And social interactions became a little bit more opened up, and I was just hanging out with more guys doing, and so. But I've had a pretty consistent, like a pretty broad split between male and female friends. No glute bridges on stream. I'm sorry to disappoint you. These aren't cotton. I don't know what they are. It's like almost like an Under Armour material. It's just flexible, which I'm glad, because it'd be super hot right now if it was even with the garage door open, which I can't open it all the way because the light was coming through and it was totally washing out my face. But it's way better than the usual backlighting. If you guys notice, there's not a glare right here like normal. That's because we're streaming earlier in the day. ADZ, it's 3 a.m. We'll get some rest, man. Thanks for stopping by. Dinsmore, thanks. Thanks. You're right. Block pulls do feel great. I have a lot of work to do. Yeah, it takes time. Just be patient. Big Birdie. Hey, Ben, do you find as a singer that your vocal technique study helps carry over to your lifting ability or vice versa? Yeah, I think the ability to control your breathing and focus in on it and have parts of you, parts of your body be... I'm trying to say this in a way that's not going to make you guys giggle with innuendo. To have the ability to relax, relax your breathing mechanism, while also holding tension in other places appropriately, is great for lifting and is great for singing, and also going through blocking as because I studied opera when I was in college, so you have to be able to freely release your breath and be able to sing and be expressive vocally, but you also have to be able to hold rigidity in your blocking and the positions that you're taking. And sometimes you'd have to dance, or you'd have to have a partner in your blocking, and I was, usually my blocking included some element of exhibiting strength, because my opera instructor and the director would use what they had available, and I was probably above average. I was above average as an opera performer in terms of my strength, so we used that in the blocking. Is Ben straight? Clark, I am straight. I have a girlfriend, a committed girlfriend named Jessie, and I love her very much. Girls like looks over strength. I think girls tend to like personality overall, Frosty, in my experience. If you're a good-looking dude who is boring to talk to, it's like being a good-looking girl who's boring to talk to. Plates, man. Being all jingle jangly. make up a little bit for my slow pace before starting the warm-ups. Feeling pretty decent though. I've done tons of bad things. Glances over his hook straps, exactly. Man, regrets. I've used straps in the past. How will I ever reconcile? Clark Kent K. It's fine if you don't believe me, man. It's okay. You can think what you want to think. I mean, in terms of stereotypes, I can see where people would come to that conclusion. I have many female friends with very platonic relationships. I was a vocalist through college. I guess that's about the only ones that I have a high, beautiful tenor voice like a flute. Fair enough. Oh man. I don't view it as an insult, I guess. I don't view it as an insult. Ian, do you find this possible to have your pause deadlift almost match your regular deadlift once you've adapted to the pause? I think that what that really shows, though, is that you're just patient in your regular deadlift. I think that mine are probably closer than most people would find because my technique between the two is very similar. The idea of the smooth start with trying to accelerate after a pause. So I would probably guess. I mean, my best stiff bar deadlift 760. My best beltless pause deadlift on a stiff bar is 715. So that's not as big of a gap as some people might assume. John Ben, I think you're the nicest person I know. Well, sorta know through the internet. Well, I appreciate that. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I understand that. I try to be kind, and I'm not always successful, but I think that effort is important in that. So, Lenny, you've had mostly male friends. I don't know why. That's fine, man. I think a big part of it was that in the early years of my upbringing, the people that I had access, like my friends that I had access to, were the friends that my parents would take me over to play dates, and my mom could hang out with her friends. Her friends had daughters my age. Jessica and Alex were my bestest friends for most of my childhood. I moved away, and eventually I was hanging out with more boys. I try to get along with a lot of people in general. I'm not opposed to having friends there. My best friend now, Adam, is a dude. He's a professional football player. That's as manly as you can get, right? I have a little sister who I think is an absolute gem of a human being and is a much kinder and a better person in many ways than I think I am. And so whenever I interact with people, I see her in a lot of people, and maybe that inspires me to treat them with a certain kind of kindness that if I didn't have that experience, maybe I would have a different approach. But only female friend I had a crush on for a long time. Then we drift away. Frosty, one of the reasons I don't have many girlfriends girlfriends is probably because I'm a defensive lineman. Nothing wrong with that, man. You can have friends that are of any persuasion. According to Boston Lloyd, it's normal to send naked pics of yourself to your guy friends. I don't know if it's define normal of sending naked pictures of yourself to anybody. At the end of the day, we're all brothers in iron. Yeah, man. Brothers and sisters in iron, as we share this love for the sport. That's important. Someone spotting a squat gets personal and intimate. Yep. Lenny, spotting women on squat is strange? Nah, man. Not if your intention is to spot them and to keep them safe, and you're moving forward with that as being your main intention, then it's not awkward. You guys. Uneven rep. Man. Go around spotting any random chick squatting? No, if a lady asks you to spot her, then spot her to the best of your ability. That's how you go about it. Ben doesn't need techniques. We're all freaks in here. Yep. That bar won't be much fun. Did I get far behind? Tyler, you missed my question. Max strict barbell curl. Oh goodness, no idea. No idea. Most I've ever tried was probably 135, and I didn't have a reason to do any more than that. That was already dumb enough. I didn't need to do more. Dorothy finally got my squat rack and weights. Can finally train like Ben. Awesome. Congrats. I wish you all the PRs. I wouldn't even curl 135 on stream despite your many attempts. That's right, Lenny. Not enough donations for me to do stupid lifting stuff, and I don't want to encourage that as being the approach. Frosty, man, do you have any solutions for trap bar deadlift grip? I can't even hold on to that knurling for more than a few reps. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. Just commit to grabbing it and don't let go. Don't let go of the bar. My friend Andy once told me when I was getting ready for a big contest full, he said, don't let go of that bar until it tears out of your hands or you pass out. And that's when it gets to heavy weights. That's just how you have to approach it sometimes. Commit to hitting those positions and, perform to the best of your ability. So we got 330 on the bar for these bench braces. We got actually less volume than usual. So instead of 7 triples and a single, we've only got 6 doubles and a single. What is this world? Should be pretty easy sauce. We're all clangy. These ought to be pretty easy because I misgrooved the crap out of that second rep and touched in a horrible spot. And it still felt very, very easy. Yes! Finally experiencing the positive benefits from the volume coming down. I was surprised. No chickens. Just checking. No chickens in the garage this time. I'm going to set my timer to 4-minute intervals because we don't need a lot of time for these. What I anticipate the top set being. Yeah, because that should be totally possible. Pretty slow transition time, but that's to be expected. John 760, teach me how. Commit to just practicing for a very long time. Lenny hates bars with rough knurling. My grip is solid. It ends up tearing my hands. Yep, well, story of my life, boys. You just have to try it. Not about to use straps either. Ain't no way. Well, you're welcome here, my friend. You're welcome to hang out here as the anti-strap brigade. Yeah, Leslie. Aliens is right. I'm a personality guy. That's what I prefer. And you're going to start jumping my squats out instead of just walking them out. Can never be too efficient. One-step walkout master race. Goodness gracious. That'll go well, I'm sure. Anabolic Bromike, Ben, would you ever do a live stream where you review viewers' lifts? That's actually not a bad idea. I was trying to think of a way to maybe do some stuff, excuse me, because I am trying to not stay fallen in the habit of having super late training sessions that throw off my sleep schedule. but being able to potentially have a third stream, like when we do move over to Twitch, and have it be like later, and have it be something where I'm not having to get riled up and lift weights. You guys see how energetic I get through all of these lifts. Could be something to look at. Lenny. I know the shirtless Interstellar stream is your dream, my friend, but I don't see it happening. Frosty, you could have sworn I've heard Steve Gentili say wrist straps improve grip, but I'm not sure if that's true. There are some people who use them, and some very strong deadlifters. Jesse Norris wraps his wrist when he deadlifts sometimes. I think Pete does now. We decided Ian Bell is an 800-pound deadlifter in single ply, and I mean your grip doesn't know the difference between raw and single ply. I think that the idea is you make a fist and you wrap it, it holds everything down so it makes the hand harder to open. I personally don't like that feeling when it comes to deadlifting, because I like to feel the weight in my hand, where I haven't, maybe I'm not doing it correctly for that. I wrap my wrist very specifically to prevent wrist movement. Like I set my wrist position and then I lock my hands in like this. So maybe I'm not the best representative of someone to try that, but I've heard people who do it, and I can't imagine them doing it if it didn't work for them. So just because I don't necessarily understand what sensation they're going through or what's helping them specifically, I can't say that it's absolutely wrong. Well, we beat the timer this time because I already wrapped my wrists like a silly boy. I'm just a silly boy. Huzzah! I forgot to tighten the plates. Dang it! Whatever. Do work. Easy peasy, my friends. Easy peasy. Hecka easy. Even with a little bit of an extended pause on that second one, still managed to not totally lose my tension. So going for the top single next means elbow sleeves come off because we do not ego lift for top sets. John asks, Ben, do you self-lift off in comp? Yes, I did. Or I do. I did that at my recent comp and everyone was amazed or thought I was a loner and lifted by myself. I thought I was an arrogant dick for not wanting help. I would rather stay consistent with how I'm used to training, because I do all of my training solo for the most part. And so I don't feel like the benefit I would have from someone offering me a lift off where I'm not used to it, that could potentially throw me off in my positioning or just in the kind of repetition of what I'm used to. I would take the minor nerf to position because I'm so used to it and setting up in a solid braced upper body position, where I don't think it negatively impacts me, and or as much as some people might think. I also don't set a crazy arch or do anything in a weird position where needing a lift off would be necessary. And there are many benchers who are much better than I am, who have a much stronger press, who do their own lift offs. Two that come to mind, both friends of mine, Bryce Lewis and Garrett Blevins, both do their own lift-offs, with Garrett with 500-pound bench presses, Bryce with getting up there. So I don't think it's arrogant for not wanting help if you're just not used to it. I had to wave off the guy at the Arnold who was like getting ready to give me a lift-off, and it's like, man, I'm sure you're great. I need to do this the way I'm used to doing it. Limit the amount of training variables. If you can't have your own lift-off guy, I'd rather train it myself. Lenny, some people say they help by making it harder to open your hand. Yeah, that's the idea of you're compressing everything down here. That's right there. I feel my hand kind of naturally closes when I put pressure on the front of my wrist. So maybe. Carrie, I haven't done the single yet. This is only the, we took a long time to I took a very long time to get those deadlifts done. I was having some real grip struggles when I tore my hand open on the first rep. So, but was able to hold on. Didn't even have to switch back to the hook. So, made it through. Let me see. Oh man, I got behind again. Johnny, would you rather never deadlift 900 or wake up with spiders in your mouth for the rest of your life? That's a very interesting question of which I've never thought, so I don't think I could give a solid answer. I'd rather not wake up with spiders, but I don't know if the 900, if it's an either or, those are not the two that I would think are at odds with one another. Frost said, you get as energetic. Yeah, you get as energetic as Eric Bugenhagen. I think it were... yeah, I think probably Lenny, having the wraps on your wrist if it's further in the hand versus more of a first knuckle pull like I tend to do. Jason, I noticed when I try to get the closed hand effect with wrist wraps, my hands are much harder to get in a position for hook grip. I don't know anybody who actually does the wrapped wrist with a hook grip. I don't have any examples of people who do that. So, plus I don't think you would benefit as much because the hook, you don't have to have your hand closed harder. You can almost have a relaxed hand with the hook grip because the bar rolls further into the hook. Frosted, am I aware of the rack pull above the knee meme? Oh yeah, I'm aware of it in terms of like it gets brought up in the last few streams, and I've judged it from afar. Terrence, how much is my coaching? I charge $30 a week for my custom one-on-one coaching services. Johnny, I don't know what people are talking about. I had 2 herniated discs and they were corrected with rack pull above the knee. #/S. Like, serious? Huh? That would be surprising to me if that was indeed the truth. Yeah, I have to give the no help needed getaway sign to the liftoff guy. His eyes got real wide. You can use your words too. That's what I did. I said, oh no thanks, I got this, man. No need for a liftoff, I got it. Sarcasm. I didn't know if it was sarcasm or serious. Dang it. My meme cred just went down the pooper. I did a bad thing. You guys are talking about rack pulls. Ugh, it's almost like straps. I'm just kidding. Seriously though. Before I put these on all the way, what do you guys think? I told myself, because last week we undershot it by a lot because I felt horrible last week on this session. I think we only did like 340 or something. Yeah, last week we did 342 for the single. These are feeling real good. You know what? Let's just go ahead and throw on. I don't want to have to load 360. I was planning on 360, but I'll just put 365 on. See how it feels. We'll know right away if it was a good or bad choice. Set free. Now the time has come for you to try again, baby. Unlock your love, not only me. Yeah. Also, this has been crooked. Actually, this is probably a pretty appropriate jump because normally in a competition I'd go from like 330 to 360-ish. So this isn't too far off from that. Lift off? Do you mean bench straps? Yeah, Lenny. I think we're gonna stick with 365 here. I think 405 for 20 will be like, you know, next week or something. Maybe we'll try that. Goodness, you silly boys. John, my team TSA IPF World Championship tee has shipped. How much gains will I get from wearing it? Shirts don't give you magical powers, my friend, but it may provide you with motivation and a sense of purpose and belonging, which can translate into more focused training sessions. But I'm not the guy who promises that clothing will ever benefit you in any way other than emotional stability. Big Birdie, thanks for answering my question, brother. I'm an Eastman grad from their opera program, and I'm finishing up my novice gains, and have found the operatic study to also be helpful. Yeah, man. I dig it. I dig it. Congratulations on being at Eastman, man. Ben hides his bench shirts under normal shirts? Exactly. Exactly. So I'm even weaker when you take away my secrets. That's why he switched to the hook grip. Frosty, that's why he hides his wraps underneath those pants. I wear a knee sleeve on my right knee, at least, to help, because I've had some issues with my terminal knee extension and a little bit of compression on my knee, so I wear a large knee sleeve on my right knee, even when I'm deadlifting, for a little bit of compression. So let's hit this top set, and then I'll come back and get some of these questions. Some of the questions. Fun, 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 fun. All right, goal for this set, boys and girls and others, is to go ahead and control the pause without losing my tension, because I always get super overconfident on these top singles when they feel good in my hands, and I tend to over-relax on my chest, and we need to not let that happen this time. So try to control the pause, make it a legitimate pause, not let it relax too much. Ay, 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 ay. I did exactly what I wasn't supposed to. Come on, man. Got cocky and freaking over-relaxed at the bottom. It was fine. I mean, we didn't go, I don't think we went over the RPE, but that could have been so much better. The bar speed could have been so much cleaner. Biscuits. Oh well. Oh well. Whatevs. Go Canes 44. Should I get the Titan Trump or Inzer singlet? Triumph, maybe? Inzer's about $40 cheaper. Probably that. Make sure that if you're doing USAPL that you have the logo on it, though, because I tried to bring my Inzer singlet that didn't have a logo on it, and they told me I couldn't wear it because they couldn't identify what it was from, because I got it like back in the dizzy. Kicking myself. Cue something. It's more subconscious. It's not that I like lost focus because I was trying to do it. I was trying not to release attention. It's just so when I get down there, I'm fighting every natural instinct to just relax the bar into my chest. I can't do that. I'm not enough of a good enough bench presser to get away with it with heavier weights. So I can't practice that. I can't let that become the default. Yeah, over here. Bugs. I'm not used to that. Frosty, what's my opinion on Dave Hoff or Blaine Sumner? They are strong dudes. in their individual classifications of lifting and what they do. Blaine has much less controversy surrounding his lifts because of the federations he competes in and the standards to which he has to lift. Both very strong dudes, though. That is my opinion, I guess, of them. The Titan Triumph. Man, I feel you with the autocorrect. Goodness gracious, my phone is so aggressive with its autocorrections. It writes things that I would never do. John, do I use the slingshot? How often? I don't currently. If my coaches programmed it for me, I would. I've found it to be beneficial in the past. I was surprised at how much I felt that it didn't alter my ideal movement pattern. I choked on nothing right there, you guys. You witnessed a air choke. Yeah. The slingshot doesn't throw off my movement pattern as much as I expected it to. It just felt like I was benching with much stronger pecs and a healthier shoulder. So I could see there being a benefit to using that in your training. At the same time, I think my biggest focus is just on getting better at benching and more consistent. Sumner is actually crazy, probably the best equipped lifter out there. Yeah, he's a nice man. I've had pleasant interactions with him as well. Okay. We're going to, unfortunately, Mr. Spammer, I'm going to block your sassy, unhelpful things. Go Canes, any unique or strange story about someone who recognized you in person? No, I've had generally good interactions with everybody when they've recognized me in person. The first time Bryce Lewis and I ever were occupied the same physical space, he hugged me from behind and I played with his beard. That's the first time we'd ever been not online talking to each other. It was just one of those things that was kind of a cool, that you can develop a friendship and comfort level with someone even without having fully met them in the real world. So. Otherwise, it's always been very positive when someone comes up and asks if, hey, are you Benricetraining? And it's not super common. I'm not a huge celebrity in the sport or anything. I've have a pretty decent following. Usually, people say that they enjoy my content or were motivated by something that I said or by sharing the journey, and it's usually been, I don't know, this is how I tend to be when I interact with people. So positive. I have nothing but positive stories, I guess. There's a video of John Hack benching with a foam roller in his shirt. He calls it the half press. Goodness gracious. Yeah, that's a thing. I don't think I need to go there. I don't think that's my place to cast opinions on people's choices. Although that is pretty unique. That was a unique controversy that I did not think I would ever see. John does have amazing bench form, and he's just a strong all-around dude with squats that I don't understand still. We've talked about this before. John, I don't do any specific dumbbell work. I don't have any heavy dumbbells. I do some things, but not like dumbbell presses, because I'd run out of weight real fast with my 20-pound available dumbbells. All right, on to the doubles. Double doubles. That would have been bad, kids. Always check your weights. Holy googa mooga. Holy googa mooga. That would have been sick, though. You guys would have seen the world's most confused double. Oh, safety first. Always. Man, I don't know. That set after the single felt just as hard, maybe even harder. It's like I almost didn't take 35 pounds off the bar. managed to deal with the hands going totally numb pretty well. Mistakes were made. Whew. Goodness gracious, that would have been fun. That would have been fun. I should have just done it. I should have just done it, submitted it to Tosh.0. Boom. Revitalized the channel. Johnny got some mammoth cheese in Skyrim. Should I eat it? Man, go for it. Eat that mammoth cheese. Monster sponsorship, please. Notice me, Monster. Frosty Year. Content is good, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's good. I do my best, and I can improve it still. Before I killed my own channel by experiencing some depression back. Silent Mike said he used to watch you back in the day. Yeah, Mike's a cool dude. Positive experiences with Mike too. I don't have many people in the lifting sphere that I have not had good experiences with. Notes. Avoided death. No, I would have done at least the single and definitely been able to tell as soon as it was in my hand something was wrong. And I could still double that top set, but it just would have not been fun. You think Ryan Kennelly has bench form? I know Ryan, actually. We co-trained a lifter. He trained the guy's bench, and I trained his squats and deadlifts in Kennewick, because Ryan's from Kennewick, and I was sometimes trained at that thing. John almost had an accident on Livestream, fellas. I would have been okay. It would have just been really surprising, and that would not have felt as easy as I was expecting it to feel. Pretty sure Silent Mike shouted you out on the Alan Thrall podcast, Powercast. Maybe. They've when I went down to super training, I had a good time. Mike was there. We worked out together and talked a bunch. Jim and his wife came to the open mic my A Cappella group did at the bar later that night. I hung out with Filipino Thunder 2 days later when I came back and needed another place to train. Mark wasn't there, but Jim said if he would have been, then we would have been able to do like a power cast or something together, which would have been fun. Yeah. Nice guys, all of them. I like them. I'm not sure what the deal is necessarily with when Mike left, but I am sure that that he had a good reason, and I'm sure that they're doing okay because they're good people. Johnny, I know they don't stop coming. They don't stop coming, but when do they start coming? They don't stop coming. They don't stop coming. They don't stop coming. Kurt, that wouldn't have technically been a bench PR. That would have been 5 pounds shy of a bench PR, probably. I think my best double is probably like 370 or yeah. So it would have been close to a PR. I definitely that first rep I did, if I wouldn't have like paused it as long as I did, I think I would have, a triple was there, no problem. I wouldn't have rated that single at above an 8 RPE. But you just never know with my bench because it's never a matter of strength. It's always solid until the shoulder goes. And when the shoulder goes, then everything is hard. You could be 0 weight on the bar and it's gone. So, who have I had bad experiences with? I honestly don't think I've had any. Like in person, even people that are sassy online or tend to not be like mean people in person that I've experienced, unless you like bring beef with you. And I tend to again, my ability to kind of see multiple points of view in a lot of situations kind of has proven to be helpful in terms of building relationships with different people. Lenny, message Silent Mike and get him to send me a slingshot. Man, buy a slingshot. I think that if you like I don't know if that would help a whole lot. I don't think Mike's working with them anymore. You'd have to message like Jim or somebody. Trust me, man. I was going to buy a Mad Dog, but I'm starting to think, why not get a bench shirt? They're not the same things at all. Total different feel. Johnny can do 50 to 75 pounds more with the slinger. I think the most I've ever pressed with the slingshot was like 450. I think 450 is the most I've ever tried to press with the slingshot. The hardest part with that was the unrack. Unracking 450 by myself when I wasn't used to it. And at the time, because my bench is still, like, my best press at the time was like 395. So it was a struggle. Then I did 405 for like 5. That was at the Linwood CrossFit when I was training with Izzy and Shaq from Powerlifting Linwood. They don't stop coming. They don't stop coming. Yep. They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. Gocanes, I've never actually had my T tested. I've never had my testosterone tested. So I don't know if I'm normal or abnormally low or abnormally high or whatever. I've gotten drug tested a bunch of times and they haven't seen anything abnormal to the point where it's they've had issue with it, so 324. Well, I'm glad that the bench doesn't feel as super challenging right now. All right. Girlfriend is going to dinner with her folks. Same speed and hit for a 5, but he crushed it. Anabolic Bro Mike, what's my favorite snack or small meal? Man, probably the Lenny and Larry's cookies. I'm just addicted to those things. I wish I wasn't, because they're not all that great. The macros aren't all that great. I just like them. Then you can't even fathom how dudes like Blaine Sumner can almost 1,000 pounds in their bare hands. Well, they've got their wrists wrapped like crazy, and it's not. You condition yourself for it. When I was doing my pause squats on Thursday this week, normally I don't feel the bar whip with anything less than 600 pounds, but 560 I felt some bar whip, and it's just like, oh man, I haven't been in this range in a while, so it just felt strange. But you get used to it. You condition yourself for it, and Ed Cohen always used to say that when someone's like, what was it like to squat, to have 1,000 pounds in your back the first time? He said, well, it was like a similar feeling to having 700 pounds in my back, or 800 pounds, or 900. Like, you condition yourself to deal with that over time. If you went from benching what you bench now to trying to hold 1,000 pounds in your hands, you'd die, but that's not what Blaine did. Like, I know he has a bench shirt on, but he still has to hold the weight. Yeah, you just condition yourself to it. With a slingshot, when I get to heavier weights with a slingshot, I get scared because the weight is actually so heavy on my hands. Should I train grip? I feel weight is too heavy for my hands. I mean, I don't think it's really, maybe don't jump so high above your current level. Even with the slingshot, condition yourself for the overload over time, so that you're not kind of surprising yourself with that feeling of where your hands are shaking and you're not able to hold the bar. Don't see how that would help. Johnny, if you had ridiculous thoracic mobility, could you extend enough to get your chest involved in the overhead press? A lot of guys lean back in the overhead and try to make it more lateral. I could see that being a thing. Usually it's not the thoracic mobility. Usually they end up being, it's not so strict. I wouldn't call it strict, but it would be the lumbar mobility. Rusty, when I unrack a heavy squat, I feel like I'm going to get crushed by the weight, but I can do 3 reps of it. Yeah, I did a triple with 560 at like RPE, didn't even register, but walking it out was shaky. If you check out the video I did for Instagram after the Arnold, where I did the 1,700-pound total in under a minute, the 615 squat I did on there was just a regular gym bar, and it took me 10 seconds to like get it to stop shaking and to have my core not shake. And the reason I did the 720 deadlift at the end of that beltless was because I couldn't, like, my core was so wonked out from trying to control my breathing when the bar was shaking so much on my back from the squats, where a week before that I had squatted 650 at the Arnold. So it wasn't a matter of, sometimes the bar whip or whatever can be crazy feeling on your back, regardless of if you can handle it or not. You just have to get used to those certain things. Frosty, looking for a pair of knee sleeves. I don't have any experience with the Yellow Jackets. I have a pair of, when I was down at Super Training, Mike hooked me up with a pair of the large, stronger sleeves, and I've got a pair of large and a pair of medium SBDs, and like all those. I've heard very good things about the Yellow Jackets. I just haven't actually worn them for a session myself, so I don't have any helpful feedback and anecdotal evidence about those specifically. So, Gazin, do I have dedicated phases for hypertrophy? I guess you could kind of call the first few months, like the last few months, for that, because the volumes we were working in were so crazy. This is the first time that my volumes have not felt completely, like, all life-encompassing, overwhelming for me. I'm talking like 40 working reps of squat in my first session every week, and I was just feeling dead all the time. Swag. How much are the Yellow Jackets? $70. SBDs shouldn't be 100. They should be like 90, unless they jack the price up. John, thoughts on Raw Nationals increasing the price to 125? Well, here's my thoughts. If the spotter loaders and the judges see some of that money, if they are able to have some of their stuff covered for volunteering their time, then I understand it and I can get on board with it. If it's just inflation because they feel like people will be more willing to pay it, I'm not a fan of that. But again, I'm not the best businessman in the world, so I'm pretty. I have some. I don't think I would be the best person to make business decisions for a large organization like the USAPL or the IPF. Again, I'm okay with them charging, increasing the cost. I'm hoping that part of the reason is to thin it out, so maybe there's not as many people that are going just kind of to go. Maybe that's a little selfish of me, but having so many people at that, I'm a big fan of the idea of having regional competitions too, to kind of thin out the competitive structure so that you can have the best competitive showing in terms of at nationals. You see the best of the best for the country being represented there, instead of people just instead of having just as many people just showing up just for the initial experience. And I want them to replace that with things like more regional level meets where people can have that big meet experience without having just the sheer size of the meet negatively impact kind of the competitive integrity of the higher level lifters. And so I wonder if that's part of the reason. But the other thing is, I think it would be really good that I think it'll be really helpful to give some of that money back to the people who are dedicating their time to it, namely the spotters, loaders, and judges. So that's my opinion, I guess, on the Nationals price increase. If they do that, I'm up for it. If they're doing it just out of selfish needs, I think that's unethical, and I'm not a fan. Frosted Zero, is there a reason why elbow sleeves are illegal in powerlifting? Yeah, because a tight elbow sleeve can help you lift more weight. That's why I'd use these instead of an SBD or like a stronger sleeve, is because I think that these are less assistive. They are assistive, or I would not have a reason to wear them. It's also the reason that I don't wear these on my top sets, because I don't want there to be any assistance on the top sets. I just wear preventative measures to keep my elbows a little less beat up from the amount of volume that we do, since I bench 4 days a week. Seagazen, do you think you would do a stream on Halloween with a Spider-Man suit on? No, because I don't think I would go out and buy a costume. I would probably just wear my footy pajamas. I'd be like a swole Cookie Monster. That would probably be what I would do. John, do I think they need to increase the qualifying totals for nationals, or should they use Wilks for qualifying, like for the Arnold had the 440 Wilks? That even the Arnold filled up in 2 minutes. I was barely able to make it in there. That was the most stressful. I hated that experience of having to sign up for that. I think increasing the qualifying total, I mean, they voted to do it. They've increased every couple of years. They increase it. People just keep getting stronger. I think that it would be kind of cool if they separated it and had like qualifying total, and then they had a regionals as a feeder system, to where if you didn't necessarily have the qualifying total, but you're able to represent your region by going and doing well in a regional meet. So like the people who are, have a qualifying total that's a high number, like have it so it's like a real qualifying total, so you can't just show up and kind of lift and get a little bit of progress and be able to make it to national. As much as I want everybody to experience it, the more lifters you have there, the harder it is to run that meet, and the more it affects the highest competitive level of the best lifters, which is the point of nationals, right? Is to send the best lifters in the country to go and compete in one place. I think that the qualifying total should be high. It should be high to do the job to prevent there from being as many people there, because then it means something to go to nationals. And then maybe have a secondary way of qualifying be to have the regional system, where people can go and do their region, and the top 3 finishers or something of each region get to go and represent their region. I don't know. I do know that that minute meet that I did, and it's gonna sound, maybe this comes off as egotistical, and that it's not my intention. I'm not trying to do that. It's just to show kind of a reflection of how maybe inaccurate, or to how underwhelming the qualifying totals for nationals are, is the 1700 that I posted in 58 seconds in the rec center the week after doing a meet would have been the qualifying total for this, like the super heavyweights. Like that's all you would. I think you would only need a 1,700 pound total as a super heavyweight to be able to qualify for nationals. Which that's not a bad. I don't think that's a bad total. I think that would be an impressive total for someone to put up. I would respect someone putting up that total. I would respect people putting up their first 1,000 pound total, whatever the weight class, because I think it's important to celebrate someone's pursuit of strength and like growing in their own personal challenges. But for a national level competition, it's tough when you have thousands of lifters who are wearing, like, the judging gets negatively impacted when you have judges sitting there for 12 hours a day watching all these. It's like there is a hit to competitive integrity, and to like keep the meet running smoothly, it has a negative effect on all the lifters in some way, by like having to have them start earlier in the morning or having to have them go later at night. Having less control of the time frames and the consistency just opens up a lot of variables that if the meet was smaller and easier to run, you'd have a higher average kind of competitiveness. And I don't know. That's when I say it out loud, it feels selfish. So I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe I'm just selfish in my idea of what I think would be nice. Tough. It's tough. Owen Hubbard wears extra small SBDs while being 74K. I bet he gets a lot out of those. Yeah. SBDs are controversial, so are all knee sleeves on if they're assistive. SBDs are definitely assistive, for sure. What total I mean is qualifying? I don't actually know what the qualifying total is for my weight class. Anabolic Romic, it's just relative. You can look it up. If you look up USAPL national qualifying totals, it'll pop up somewhere. Seagazen, do you find that you need to overload your core exercise, or do you just stick to increasing reps? Oh, like the ab wheel rollouts and stuff? Usually just increasing reps. It's just hard to weight them. I have a weight vest out there that actually is pretty good for the ab wheels. Or if I was to do the leg raises, maybe like to tie, I know in gymnastics they tie a weight to they have a strap that they put around their feet so they can weight their feet and increase the length or the weight at the end of that lever. 105 weight class is 1444. Yeah, that just sounds... I don't know. I don't mean to be dismissive about people who haven't had as much time in the sport. I just feel like the level of competition would end up being higher, and it would be more of a prestigious event if the qualifying total was higher. But apparently, it's clear that not everyone feels that way, or else they would change the qualifying totals and make them higher. And they have made them higher, and but not high. That is the higher. Like, it used to be lower than that. So we'll see. Frosty Wood, you see Dan Green's new Insta video? He benched 540 with a pause and is going to have a crazy bench when he competes again when he's done recovering. Awesome. I'm glad to hear he's doing well. I saw him at the Arnold. I didn't get a chance to talk to him, but I know he's been pushing to get better. John, what are your thoughts on the primetime sessions at Nationals? Those are the top lifters of each weight class that people want to see. I'm sure you'll be in there. I was in there for the 93s last time, and even though I was benefiting from it, I don't like that I think it throws off the competitive integrity. I would rather have... While I do appreciate that as kind of I think that there is a negative thing that happens when you have that flight that goes after everyone else has already finished all their totals. It doesn't really, usually you're expecting the guys who are at the top to be at the top anyway, right? And usually expecting the guys who are not in the prime time to not really be as competitive with those spots. But there's a huge competitive advantage to knowing exactly what total someone else in your class has already posted going into the competition in general. Because if you're not having your best day and your coach or yourself, you adjust your attempts just for placement, it's so there's a reason that you're only allowed to change your attempt selections on the last couple of deadlifts in the USAPL and the IPF. Because that's where the strategic aspect of the game is played. And if someone else is on the bubble, where they're only taking, depending on how big each primetime session is, if someone's on the bubble and they're just on the outside of it, they are at such a competitive disadvantage to someone else who is, let's say that primetime last year, I think we had 14 lifters in the 93s and like 14 lifters in the 105s. The lifters who are going for their last deadlift, who are not in that primetime, like the 15th ranked guy going in, may have been able to take a higher deadlift replacement if they knew that one of those other guys, 13th or 14th place, was battling for something and took a lift that they didn't have. It takes away the ability to kind of play the game to be just outside of that, because their entire meet is done when yours is starting in the prime time. And I'm gonna try my best to stay qualified as the 105s. Going up a weight class is kind of a tall ask because it's such a stacked weight class this year. To be able to stay in the running to be one of the primetime lifters again, because I would like to have that competitive advantage. because I would rather have it than not have it, but I definitely see that there's something, there's an argument against it being made where you really get punished if you're on the bubble. And the cutoff is kind of arbitrary. You know, I think the 74s only had like 6 or 7 people in their primetime flight last year. So what if you were number 8? And where if you would have been in the 93s or the 105s, if you were number 8, you're definitely in the middle of the pack on the primetime because there were more lifters in those classes. So it's really hard to say. It's a nuanced topic that I don't have a solution for, but I can definitely recognize problems from both ends. Where, like for the 83s last year, the primetime lifters got severely punished because the time frame got pushed back, and most of them, they ended up deadlifting at 1 in the morning, which I would love, but it was definitely not a good thing for them. When everybody in your primetime flight isn't able to perform at the best of their ability because it's really hard to keep the tracking in terms of like time frame, like they're weighing in at a totally different time and all this stuff. There's an argument that it's not a good thing for either way. Like there's pros and cons. That's what I was trying to get to. Pros and cons. That's it. I think that was the last set. Yeah, nifty. Huzzah. Huzzah, my friends, huzzah. Frost Eddie, have you ever thrown on any powerlifting gear? I started out lifting single ply. I think in high school when I was doing actual like powerlifting competitions, we all started in single ply. So I've got a deadlift suit back there. I've got a squat suit somewhere and a bench shirt. I don't like lifting equipped. I'm not a fan of it. Some people love it, and I absolutely respect the heck out of them. It is not where I find the most joy in training and competing. See, guys, my shins don't generally get bruised. I wear sweatpants largely to prevent. I started wearing them back in the day to add, kind of as like reverse baby powder, to add friction to the pull and to protect my shins and my legs. See you guys, and thanks for the answer. I'm probably not strong enough right now to feel pain, but I don't know if it's going to help me later. Oh, you'll probably be okay. You'll probably be okay, friend. John, 1444 total is low. Way too easy to qualify, but think about how much profit the USAPL will make. I mean, like I said, I'm not the person who I would encourage someone to set in charge of their business ventures. I don't care about I don't care about the profit if it's not going to improvement of the event itself. But I'm, my relationship with money is different. I think I don't place a whole lot of value on money. I place more value on other characteristics and other things. Genetic freak, you're 17 with a receding hairline. How do I cope? By focusing on the positive attributes and qualities that you have and recognizing that your hairline doesn't define your value as a human being. I think Joe Rogan said that when he started losing his hair, he eventually just, when he shaved his head, it was a freeing, exciting feeling where he's like, I just like having a shaved head. I think it looked good, and I feel better about it than I would with worrying about my hair thinning. So maybe try that if you don't have a lumpy head. And if you do have a lumpy head, do you, man? No, live your life. Don't let anybody's, when it comes to things you can't control, you make the most of it. Make the most of your situation. Not to sound creepy, but what's your breakfast meal like? Because I'm stuck with protein oats, tasty and time-saving. I had some protein today as well, actually. Usually Lenny and Larry's cookie. Half carton of egg whites usually, just to get the protein going, and I am so lazy I don't like mixing protein shakes, so I just don't make protein shakes anymore. I just drink egg whites. Yeah. John, do you think the Arnold is a more prestigious event to lift at than Nationals? I didn't know Arnold's filled up that quickly. 440 Wilkes is no joke. Yeah, I think this year we filled it up in 2.5 minutes. 77 lifters was the cap. They opened it at 10 p.m. The first night it was open, we actually crashed the server so bad that they had to reopen it like a week later and have everyone sign up again. So I had to go through that incredibly stressful process all day. I couldn't go anywhere during the day because I was afraid if I got downtown and my car broke down, then I'd be stuck and not be able to be at my computer in the 2-minute window that we had to sign up. It was awful. I don't know. It's hard to say. In terms of prestige of event, there were way more things going on, so the focus at the Arnold wasn't as much on there was a bigger audience at Nationals for USA powerlifting, but there were way more people at the Arnold just in general. And there were like 6 powerlifting meets at the Arnold. There was the Raw Challenge, the Pro American, the bench press, the deadlift. I did the slingshot deadlift and the Raw Challenge. The Grand Prix. Like, there were so many lifting events that it's hard to say what is the most prestigious. Only see Green and 420. Sub-juniors are becoming stupidly competitive. Joseph Henna at 800 plus squat at super heavyweight, and Cameron St. Amand squatting 661 at 105. A lot of people are competitive, man. The entire field, from every age group and every class and every weight class, is getting way more competitive. It's great. The sport is growing very, very quickly. Frosty, in my opinion, Arnold is a more prestigious event in strongman than World's Strongest Man. I've heard people saying that. I've heard that opinion before. Both 17-year-olds when they set these. Yeah, man. Only see green. There's the sport. People are just getting stronger. All the freaks are coming out to play. Us old guys are just trying to keep up now. Even though I'm not, I don't think I'm super old. I'm an old soul. Old spirit, bud. I promised someone I would do the ab wheels to demonstrate some of the cueing and proper positions. So we'll do that. Don't think I'm going to spend... I don't think I'm going to necessarily do the chins or the glute bridges on stream, just because I don't feel like it. I feel like just doing that quickly kind of on my own. We'll finish this up. That was you, John? Okay, yes. So we're going to do it. I'm putting my knee sleeves up a little bit so that I don't have my knees on the ground. So, Gazen, what tool do I think your current home gym would need in the future? I mean, I don't need anything because I already get everything that I need. I need a barbell, a rack, something to bench off of, and a place where I can deadlift without damaging the floor. So I have all that. Some things that I would invest in would be maybe... first on the list is a bench that doesn't suck. Mine is horrible. It's too low. It's too slick. I have to put a band on it because it's not. It's a really bad material and it's bad, but it works. I'd rather have it feel horrible in here and go to a meet and have it feel better than the opposite. Have something here that's too easy. For after that, so that's priority 1. Improve the bench. Then look into maybe some kilo plates, because the way that, like for the deadlift and the squat, the way the bar physics work when the weights are closer in affects the way the bar behaves in terms of whip and bend and the feel of the weight. Those are stupid expensive though, so I'm not going to do that until I have plenty of time and expendable income, I guess. Then probably dumbbells, because I don't, just to increase my capabilities of what I'm able to do. And then just everything else I pretty much would just come down to, maybe like a glute ham attachment or something. But everything else I can pretty much make happen on my own. I've got bands. I have plenty of bands. I can pretty much create anything I need to do. I don't need a reverse hyper. See all those bands next to the bike? And that way you can see. I'll move this out of the way so we can... this way maybe? You guys might are in the, I've talked about this before. My GoPro tripod with the GoPro stand holding the Rock Band microphone. Absolute A+ quality here on the Benrice Garage live stream situation. Yeah, I don't know if I need a reverse. I don't need a reverse hyper. No one needs a reverse hyper since it really only does one thing. But I wouldn't be opposed to something like that. Again, if you have the disposable income and you can make that, that would be a thing. CLBB Powerlifting Club, when's my next meet? For sure, Nationals in October, potentially something at the end of June if I'm able to get in. There's a local meet to try and go kind of as like a tune-up. But it's currently, I'm trying to figure out the waiting list situation. And that's the only one I really can feasibly make it to. Oh, snap. I gotta go turn the heater off. I didn't know it was on. Forza Olympic bench in your garage. I don't need that. I just need like a standalone bench that's got the right dimensions and isn't horrible like this one is. John, ever used the A7 bar grip shirts for bench? They seem to work well. I would like to. They've been sold out for a long time, and Jason said when they get restocked, he'd like to send me one. And I would be super happy to use one. But I'm not, I have chalk available in a bar with plenty of knurling. So the only thing that is an issue is the bench, and I don't think that grip would help too much on that as much as getting an actual just good bench would, because it's not just the material, it's also the dimensions of the bench are incorrect. Only See Green thought this was a Rock Band mic. Yep, donated to the stream by my beautiful girlfriend, Jess. Rock Band. We classy here. Frosty, the Rogue ones are a lot cheaper than others. It's like $240 for a pair of 25 kgs, and that's with shipping. I live nowhere near Ohio. I mean, when it comes to the competition plates, that's like actually lower on the list, I think, than I said, because I can get by with. You just know that it's a little different with competition plates. If you know that going in, don't make stupid attempt selection decisions. And the Ohio Power Bar is stiffer than an Alico, so as long as I'm pulling on an Alico, it's gonna not feel as different, but. CKs and I don't tend to include push-ups. Sometimes I do dips. I'm not opposed to push-ups. I do so much bench pressing. It's a similar motion anyway. It just hasn't been something that I've needed to do. Used to do them all the time in the past. I'm going to do these the ab wheels, though, for John, so we can see kind of the cues that I'm looking for. I'm going to turn off this heater, too. It's being all noisy. Stop it! Go away. Silly heater. No time for you. You guys see me okay? No? Probably not? Alright. Cyril. Get out of here, you silly chair. Nobody got time for that. Ugh. So, for the ab wheel rollout. Ugh. Microphone is right in the way. Come on, son. What you trying to do? All the way out of the way. There we go. So, anchor the pelvis. Think boys up. Get that lower abdominal wall engaged. Don't allow your lower abs to protrude. Keep that all solid. Diaphragmatic breathing. Brace the neutral spine out. Establish a neutral spine. Break at the hips. Don't allow yourself to have all this spinal flexion or extension going, because this needs to stay stable. And then break from the hips, and then have the shoulders engaged, not to here, not rolled up like that. Once you have it out there, see, I'm engaging, rolling out, controlled on the way up. Return to that neutral spine. Don't let yourself get in the habit of getting here and relaxing on the way back. You're focusing on keeping your core activated, keeping your entire system stabilized, creating that tension while being in an extended position without losing that stability, and then control on the way up, back and staying in that neutral position. To make it a little harder, I probably should have demonstrated this first. Remove the knees from the equation at the start, because now there's no rest. If I'm here, my core is constantly having to fight to maintain this position. Whew. And that's how you would make it tougher. Eventually you could progress to where you're in a standing position and piked. You see I'm keeping the neutral spot. I'm seeing the delay, but John's been waiting 3 hours. I hope that helped. Don't hold your breath throughout the entire set, but the same way with the squat, right? You're going to stabilize yourself with your breathing. So keeping this all engaged under here, but expanding the abdominal wall to lock all that in. This movement is free, but this doesn't break. This is all solid. This is all in one spot. I can hinge at the hip. I can hinge at the shoulder, but there's no extraneous movement through the spine. And so you're using your breath, locking all that down. Big breath in. Use it to expand into that core tightness. So hopefully that helps. It's not about abs. It's about core. It's about stability of the spine and of the torso. So that's why you do them. And the reason why you do it determines the way that you go about doing it. See, as I'm not really familiar with the different kinds of bars, give you guys a quick rundown of different kinds of bars. Exhale while coming up is okay as long as you're not losing your spinal tension. Like if you push out the air, John, then that's one thing. Versus just never let it be passive. Kurt, any modifications for someone who can't roll all the way out? Don't worry about rolling all the way out. Start where you can go and come back and move your... Thanks, Green. And move, excuse me, move within your abilities. So stop shy, limit the range of motion initially until you can, because the way you make it tougher is by increasing the range of motion, right? And increasing the amount of time that you spend on the core, or spend having to be braced. So like you have your knees there, so you're coming back. I'm releasing that tension by not having as much range of motion. When I bring my knees up, I'm in that kind of that running position, or like you're in blocks for a sprinter. That's increased range of motion that doesn't actually close. And then when you're standing up, it's even further. So either decrease that range of motion while still maintaining those positive positions, or you can do negatives. Maybe control it as much as you can. Have like a pillow underneath or something. It's hard to do if you're going to roll over I guess you could roll over the pillow. Or you could have something. Do I even have anything that would be usable? If you had something that your hips could contact on the way down. I'm trying to think if I had like a foam roller. Maybe this. Using a foam roller, I don't have any. I only have PVC rollers because my body hates itself. It wants to hurt the most. I wonder if this would help. So you could do it on an upward angle, I suppose. Where if you had an angle that you're going where it's like going kind of uphill, it would be a little easier to get yourself back. Putting a roller underneath your quads when you come down makes it a little bit. It centers your. Come on! I'm trying to demonstrate something. Yeah, your center of gravity is a little bit more controllable here. So maybe with a roller or something to kind of give you a spot in the. It's the same concept as how it would be tougher if you were in a standing position where the only thing touching the ground would be your feet. You're moving your contact point with the ground further up. So I think a roller would be beneficial, where I can do this, because then I'm able to still engage my core and focus on those cues, but I'm not as extended, and that way you're not having to adjust, you're not having to guess the range of motion by like, oh, am I activating, and am I in these good positions here, and is it okay to come back up consistently? So those are maybe some things to try. Alec, what made me go from being impartial to USA Bowl to primarily competing in their Fed? My coaches highly encouraged it. I think that's kind of the direction that for a tested lifter that the competition has really gone. And just, it's one of those things where because they have rules that prevent you from competing in their meets, if you go to, it's just, you have to be really careful if you go to other meets. And if someone else who's banned is there lifting, then you can end up serving a sentence where you're banned too. I'm not opposed to the idea of lifting in other federations. Just currently, I think if the weight classes were the same, I would just jump back and forth. But being in between weight classes is not ideal. And honestly, the big meets that I'm looking at going to just happen to be USAPL meets. So I'm not opposed to still lifting in other federations. I plan on someday doing another USPA meet. I have no issues with it. It's just currently for what I'm doing, it just makes more sense to stay in that fed. So, and it helps shut down a lot of internet haters and people like, oh, well, your total doesn't count unless you're the USPA. Well, now I can do both. So come at me, bros. So you guys, and if you were to, you asked a question. I don't think I answered it. In terms of different bars, Ohio Power Bar, the three that you're allowed to compete with in USAPL and IPF, I think the Titex Bar, the Eleco, and an Ohio Power Bar. I think at local meets you can do a Texas Power Bar. In terms of like tensile strength or stiffness, whether it's what they're listed at or not, Titex is by far the whippiest. Texas Power Bar would be the next, then Eleco, and then Ohio Power Bar is the stiffest. Eleco doesn't have as much, is the aggressive knurling is the worst on the Ohio. It has the knurling that'll cut deepest in your hand, where the Eleco doesn't. It feels like just a softer bar. It's a little whippier. It's a little softer on the hand. It's still stiff, but the Ohio just is the stiffest. So I hope that helps. And then I've got a Texas deadlift bar that would be like a deadlifting with a noodle. The 800-pound deadlift I did the week after the Arnold was done on the deadlift bar. So it would count in other federation. I don't know if it would count. I had to tape my hands because I had still had this big tear right here from the Arnold, from the second meet that I did. Most expensive callus tear in my life. Still have nightmares about it, man. So you guys, if you were to train at another gym, would you use the same bars every time for each exercise? I'd try to find the stiffest bar with the best knurling, and I would use that. Lenny's gonna see you're hungry again. What should you eat? Oh, I missed another question. I'm sure. Someone asked me what my post-workout meal is gonna be. I'm probably just gonna get some egg whites and then figure it out from there. I need the protein right now. I'm not really hungry. I'm hungry, but I'm not hungry like for something specific. I don't know what I'll do. Yes, anabolic bro Mike. Ohio is the most rigid competition bar, I think. Kurt, yeah, someone can be banned from the USAPL if they're in another Fed meet where someone was banned previously from USAPL. There was a big thing that happened a ways back where the IPF was threatening suspension, a federation suspension to anybody who went to an Ed Cohen seminar because he's got a lifetime ban from the IPF for failing multiple drug tests. And it's just one of those things where it's like the rules on that are kind of monopoly-esque in terms of having a monopoly on it, because they don't want to have there be a separation of they want the lifter, because you have to understand the IPF, their main goal is to get powerlifting into the Olympics. Most of the decisions they make are based off of trying to cater to the IOC Olympics committee to try and get them into the Olympics. And so that's why they changed their weight classes. That's why they enforce the drug testing with the WADA testing the way they do, with the 2-hour weigh-ins, with the standard at which they try to hold their competitive integrity in terms of lifting and in terms of out-of-meet drug testing. And they just have those kinds of things, and they're trying to limit. And there were quite a few people who got popped on their drug tests a couple years ago. So they've pushed really hard on a lot of things. So I hope that kind of answers it. I don't necessarily agree with that approach and that rule, but I understand it. Alec, what's Ben up to these days? Ben Seath up to these days? We're actually in the same place. That's his belt over there, because we trained here a couple of times together, and we're going to, but he's been renovating a CrossFit gym in the Hoquiam area, helped them move from Hoquiam to Aberdeen. So he's been putting a lot of time and focus on kind of supporting the people he cares about with his electrician journeymanship, and so that's where his focus has been. And he got hurt after doing some bodybuilding stuff and took some time off, and so I think he's wanting to do kind of a comeback with his training and stuff, but it's really hard to find motivation kind of with the situation that he's in. So he's around. I keep in contact with him when I'm able to. And again, the plan was for us to kind of get back into this together when I came back here, and try to help him get back on track, but he's been really busy. So Lenny, is drinking egg whites much more expensive than like protein powder? I don't know. Probably. I'm just so lazy when it comes to that stuff. So lazy. And I don't have to worry about shipping. I can just go and buy them and drink them. I don't have to mix anything. I don't have to worrying about the flavors. I know it's going to taste meh. I don't know. For us today, I don't do any box squats or reverse grip. Seagazen, Ed got banned because he failed multiple drug tests. John Hack was banned because he competed at the U.S. Open meet. Yes. And he knew that. He knew that going in. He was made aware of it. Well before. Yuri Belkin has an old photo of him on Instagram of him mid-run with the caption, "When WADA is coming." Pretty funny. Yeah, John decided to... I think John's one of the big reasons is he already won the world championship for the IPF and didn't see what the point was of going just to try and win another world championship when he had like real money that he could potentially win from doing it, and to not have to worry about out-of-meet drug testing and not have to worry about like the fear of getting popped, but it's really kind of a hassle to be in the out-of-meet drug testing pool. You have to every quarter, you have to give your quarterly like whereabouts, like where you're going to be. You have to let them know if you're going to be traveling or like when you're training. You basically have to submit from like 6 a.m. to like 8 p.m. or something what your daily whereabouts are, so that they can come and out of meet drug test you. And like my friend Bonica, who's the super heavyweight women's IPF world champion for both the equipped and non-equipped lifters, she gets drug tested like 5 times a year, and she always has to like keep updated. If she goes and travels somewhere, she has to let them know exactly where she's going to be, so they can show up at the gym if she's visiting someone, and they can come and drug test her. So I mean, that alone is kind of a hassle, and for the shot of winning $40,000, which you're not going to win money in the IPF. They don't have, even at the money meets that we have access to, I think the most that was up for grabs was like $1,500 at the Arnold for like winning an overall kind of thing. So you can't really win anything from if you're not the best at what you're doing. I was lucky enough to pay for my trip with the winnings at the Arnold, but it'd be hard to make that case if you're trying to make a living doing it. Moral of the story: if you're trying to be financially successful, look somewhere that's not powerlifting, because we're not always the most financially stable just from this. Most people have to have another job. Kevin one time talked about steroids. He didn't deny it in a Q&A and something like, I'm not about to snitch on myself out on YouTube. Oh, there's a lot of guys who are open about it. Kevin, I'm pretty sure, is pretty open about it. Pete's open about it. Mark's was in a documentary about it. There's a lot of guys who are open about it. U.S. Open was a show with 100 kg powerlifting injuries. A bunch of guys got hurt because they're going for $40,000. They're trying to push themselves as much as they can to have a chance at that money. It makes sense. Same reason that guys put abusive amounts of drugs in their body. It's past the point of like responsible use. They're trying to, I mean, you increase the risk. You increase the risk. This one was bad because they charged for the live stream and didn't even work. That's unfortunate. As someone whose live stream has dropped out a couple of times, I can commiserate because it's really tough sometimes to manage. But yeah, that was a turnoff for me to see that it was charged and that the stream wasn't up, because then you're paying for something a service you're not receiving, which is tough. It's tough to justify that. Frost Eddie, if the IPF went to the Olympics, would it only be Raw? That's a conversation that if you ask the Equip guys, they would say no. If you ask the Raw guys, they would probably say yes. If you ask me, I'm not getting into that argument. My official stance on powerlifting working in the Olympics, when there are sports like Olympic weightlifting already in there, and to recognize that powerlifting maybe isn't the most spectator-friendly sport possible. Yep. I will plead the fifth. No comment on that. Belkin wins with the whole thing going 4 for 9. 5 for 9. Yep. Lenny over here trying to tell me that I'm not his favorite lifter, and he's hanging out with me twice a week. Whatever, man. I feel it. Sure, with your sass. John, I haven't been out of comp drug tested, no. I'm in the pool. I'm in the testing pool, so I have to still do all that stuff to keep myself in there. I've been, actually, fun fact, the Arnold was the first time that I haven't been drug tested at a meet. I was tested at Nationals with Jesse, Ashton, Dave Ricks. Who else was back there? I think it was just us. Yeah, us and then the ladies. But I didn't get tested at the Arnold, which was funny because I stopped taking my ADHD medication because I would have been okay for the Friday meet that I did because it was USAPL meet, but I wouldn't have been okay for the deadlift meet because I didn't have a therapeutic use exemption for the IPF, and they want different ones for the USAPL and the IPF. So I didn't take it just so that I wouldn't be potentially putting myself in a bad situation by not being able to pass those drug tests, and ended up not getting tested. So that was interesting. Alex, hey Ben, hey, what's up? What do you need? What's going on? We're kind of winding down now, by the way. I'm done pretty much with the lifting on stream stuff. So we're just answering questions and hanging out now until we finish out. Spirit Walker Powerlifter. Hi Ben, I have a slight pain on my right knee, which I believe slightly strained about 10 days ago. I haven't squatted or deadlifted for about 10 days. Check out knee, just type in knee pain mobility WOD on YouTube. Look up some of the videos Kelly Starrett has. Or if you want something that's more specific, look up an anatomy, Google search anatomy of the knee, locate where it hurts, and then whatever that is, type that in before knee pain mobility WOD, and you will find probably the best help that I could recommend. So, even be okay if started squatting again once I feel pain's completely gone. tough for me to say. I'm not a doctor and I don't know exactly your situation, but definitely look into the rehab aspect of it and take care of yourself. And it's better to be overly cautious than to be overly motivated to get back to work right away. So it's better to err on the side of caution and safety. And if it's been hurting for 10 days, maybe to check in to see a doctor and see if there's anything they can find that can help you out a lot. Lenny, I'm near the top of your favorite lifters. Yeah, sure, whatever, man. Sure, whatever. Do you think there's an exercise that hasn't been invented yet? I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is, that we just, probably not many. But isn't it a compliment to get drug tested? Either means you're strong and or you look strong. Yeah, man, I'm not like upset about not getting drug tested. I was almost more shocked that I'm like, oh man, you guys didn't want to drug test me at the Arnold? Okay, fine. I think it's funny because they call it random, but it's definitely not random. I think they've stopped calling it random drug testing. It's targeted. It's targeted on who they think might be using something. Alec, did you meet Ashton at Nationals? Yes. Kid is absolutely crazy strong. I'd love to see him versus healthy Jesse in a couple years. Yeah, I really hope Jesse comes back from his... He's been dealing with some SI injuries at Nationals. He was really, really hampered by that shoulder. It made there actually be some kind of competition, where if Jesse was healthy, there's never competition for him. And I really hope Ashton... he's working really hard, and he's putting in a lot of crazy work and effort. I just hope he stays smart and stays healthy. Because he's so young and because he's so strong, I see a lot of times where people will, anytime you talk about potential, you got to be real careful, man, because it's so easy to get ahead of yourself and to end up hurting yourself. And I think the best progress is going to come from just being healthy as long as you can. I think that no matter how freakish you are, no matter how much of a phenom you are, your best self is going to be represented if you make it to like your early 30s without having gotten seriously hurt and had to take time away and taken time off and had to do a bunch of rebuilding from getting hurt. So I really just hope the best for Ashton, that he stays safe and stays healthy and keeps killing it, man. He's a nice guy, nice kid. John, I've met Heather and Steven. I didn't have individual conversations with them. They were just at the Arnold when I was, and I think I talked to them briefly, but we didn't have like a full conversation. They seem like nice people. Frost said the Steelers kicker had an insane game and he got random drug tested next day. Yeah, random drug testing is really pretty targeted, I think. And USAPL and IPF are pretty open about that they're targeting with their testing. I wonder if Nationals, I got picked because I was open about my ADHD medication use. And because I'm on the list of having the therapeutic use exemption for USAPL and national level meets, so make sure that my dosage is within the prescription range, so I'm not taking extra or something. Maybe, I don't know. Lenny and some of you guys are still talking about other deadlifty things. Spirit Walker, you're welcome, sir. Frost Eddie, what if Blaine Sumner is actually natty? He gets drug tested all the time. The only reason that you would assume that he's not is because he's stronger than you think he can be. If he says that he's not enhanced and he's passing his drug tests, then the only evidence against him would be that he's not bad at what he does. And drug tests actually meant something. Drug tests do mean something. There's so many people who fail their drug tests. I don't know where the idea that, it's just easy to beat the drug test. If someone can tell me how to do it, I would really like to hear how they would go about it, because it can't be that easy. It cannot be that easy to beat the test, especially a WADA panel, because there were so many people that failed their drug tests last year that they increased the price of everybody going to Worlds for the IPF for the US. It's just, I think that's something that got blown up in the fake natty hunt, where it's just easier. We see ask Jason how to beat the test. Jason's never been anything but nice to me. And so I don't want to say anything negative about him. But I feel like not Green. That's not what I said. Somebody tell me how to take steroids in the IPF. No, I'd be very interested to know what someone who thinks that it's easy to beat the test, what their idea of what that would look like is. Like what would someone do if it's the same test that popped a whole bunch of Olympic lifters to the point where the guy who took like 8th place at the last Olympics ended up in 2nd in one of the weight classes because so many people failed the test. If it's so easy to beat the tests, like I'm not going to say that they're perfect, but I also don't understand why someone would go when there are places you can go that are non-tested events where you don't have to worry about the stress, you don't have to worry about random out-of-meet testing where someone can show up and you're sign up to, when you agree to be an IPF level competitor and compete in IPF things, you sign up for that so that anytime with less than 24-hour notice, someone can come to your house or at your gym and can take your blood and can run that random test. How do you beat those tests? How do you take something that it's effective enough to help you to the point where it's an unfair advantage, and then have yourself exposed to the potential for out of meet testing, and have someone come out and take a blood draw, and you're beating the test easily? That just on 24 hours notice? I don't see how that's. I just see when people say if they don't, they just don't mean anything. That can't be the case. It can't be the case. I disagree with you, sir. Lenny, if I don't mind, could I explain the drug testing process? I know that at least for the urinary drug tests after nationals, we all went into a room. We had to, when we were informed that we were getting tested, we were not allowed to go anywhere and out without a chaperone, without a WADA testing chaperone. People who were brought in for the drug testing to oversee the drug testing that had nothing to do with the USAPL. They're just for the drug testing people, and they were not the most friendly, for the record. I was trying to be very jovial and make jokes, and they were not feeling it. But we went in the back, we sat there, and they would call us one at a time. We'd go in, we had someone in the room with us at all times, so we couldn't do anything skeevy. You go into the bathroom at nationals, they had an open stall with 2 little X's where your feet go sideways. They give you the little bottle. You unseal your own sample. You go over. You stand at the toilet sideways so they can see that you're not like pulling out a hose or doing some other thing. And you pee in the cup with someone who's observing to make sure that none of this funny business is going on. You seal your own sample. Or you take that, you pour it into these 2 little cups, and then you seal those. So like you have the cup that you're peeing into, and then you put it into the testing cups, and then you have it sealed, and it gets sealed in this thing that has the information. You sign your signature, they send it off, and they test it. It would take a lot of work when and I would understand maybe if there was a lot of money in the sport, or I would understand more if there weren't any options to go and compete non-tested and not have to deal with that stuff. But you're in why would you do the federation where that's the thing, where you run the risk of having your entire reputation completely just ripped apart by making a mistake on that kind of thing? I'm just saying that's such a, and maybe I'm more sensitive to that because people in the past have been like, oh well, Ben's not natural, and just because he passes his tests and says he's not, I take it as a personal offense that someone's basically saying, okay, you're passing the test, you're telling me you're not taking anything, but I think you're a liar. I'm going to say that I think that you're a skeevy, bad person who lies and has a poor, underdeveloped sense of character. Like, that's what I don't like. And so, do I think it's perfect? No, but it can't be as flawed as everyone seems to think. Oh, it's just anybody. You just take a thing, you don't take it before the week before the meet, and you're never in trouble. No, that's an underinformed opinion. Sorry. Sorry for that little rant. It triggers me. Triggered. New technology comes out. Ellen beat test years ago, and he's banned forever on all records stripped because of new technology, and it was found positive. There you go. Jesse Norris failed. Jesse got popped for a stimulant, so he didn't get. I mean, that's the thing. Why would, if Jesse wasn't you know, if Jesse was skeevy and had a whole bunch of other stuff going on, why would he take something that would get him popped for a stimulant, but he wouldn't get popped for something else? So, just saying. Did you guys see each other's peepees? No. We were in the waiting room, and they have the tester who goes in. It's like a super hyper-professional scenario. Making jokes, taking a piss test. That's what I'm about, man. I giggle when I'm awkward. When it's an awkward situation, I make jokes. I try to lighten the mood, and those guys were just not having it. Probably because it was like 1 a.m. So I'd just drop my pants to my ankles and just stare in their eyes the whole time. That'd be adorable. I'm sure that would go over well. Kurt, yeah, if someone wants to use gear, just go to the untested fed. That's not... There are options. There are options, and now the untested fed is the one that has money attached to it. It makes so much more sense to go and do that. Frost Teddy. So with that logic, Ray Williams is natty. I believe it. Why would... Just because you may struggle to believe that someone is capable of doing something doesn't mean that they're just not the exception to what your current understanding is, which is hard to swallow sometimes. It's hard to take that kind of a thing to go, maybe I'm not the one who's special enough that I can just do this thing. Maybe someone else is gifted in a way that I can never relate to, and they work hard and they work for a long time and do something that I don't currently have in my understanding of what I believe to be possible. But if they're doing all the things that are set up for them to do, and it's one of those things where it would break my heart to find out that some of these guys that you would look at, I got really deep into the sport thinking so many people were natural before I found out that there were a lot of people that aren't. But in this particular scenario, I know how intensive the testing is, and John Penn, I believe 100% you're natty of the natty. Hell, you've never drank alcohol once in your life. That's true. But you still have to go on my word and the fact that I've been drug tested, right? That's all you have to go on. So I can understand that some people can really struggle with that, understanding that belief. I guess maybe I try to defend a lot of these guys because people say, well, I understand that Ben could be this because look at these other guys who obviously aren't, and they're stronger than him. Well, people, before they showed up, people used to say the same thing about me. And I still get that occasionally. I dedicated a meet that I did when I was it was a UPA meet. I squatted 705. I wasn't happy with the depth, but they gave it to me. It was a gift, whatever. I benched 385. I pulled 740 for the first time. At the time, that was a 220 knee-wrapped raw world record for the drug-tested division. I got drug-tested, and I mentioned that I was drug-tested in that. And I dedicated it to a training partner, a friend of mine, who had passed away 3 weeks ago. He had 3 weeks before the event. We were supposed to do the meet together. He drowned in the Yakima River, and it sucked. And I dedicated that meet to him. And the only time I've ever actually deleted someone's comment on YouTube was when someone said, "I can't believe you're lying about being natural. I hope your friend is rotting in hell right now." That's the only time I've ever deleted a comment on YouTube, other than the spam and blocking people who are just spamming these comment sections. So the idea that someone would come up and say, like, I had passed the drug test, I know that I don't take anything, but they would be so certain that I was just lying about something for whatever reason they assumed, because they didn't understand. I'd passed the drug test. I took the drug test. I passed the drug test, passed lots of drug tests. And the only evidence they had was that they didn't think I should be able to do the things that I had done in terms of my ability to perform. So it would be really hypocritical for me to look at these other people who do something that I can't believe, like that are hard to believe. That you say, like, that is so amazing that this person can do this thing. I could never imagine myself doing that. Well, when I was 10 years old, I couldn't imagine myself deadlifting 800 pounds, but now I've done it. So don't put yourself in this. You're only doing yourself a disservice if you're worrying about what other people. If you put your own expectations of what someone can or can't accomplish. Don't waste your time on that. It's not going to help you. I think I made a video back in the day when the whole fake natty spotting a fake natty trend was up, and I think it was how to spot a real natural, and it was to worry about yourself and to focus on what you have control of and to give your best and to know within yourself what you're capable of. And that's the only thing you can control. If someone else is lying and beating the system, I'm sorry, it sucks. You can't control that, and there's nothing you can prove other than them failing the test. So you just have to go with the idea that maybe someone else is just more gifted, or someone else worked harder, or someone else did a thing that maybe just because you can't understand it and can't define it doesn't necessarily mean that you are right and your understanding of what is possible in terms of human potential is 100% accurate. Because there are things that people can do now that we never thought people would be able to do. So, rant over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to anybody who wasn't waiting for that. But, Stan, I don't know much about steroids, but apparently test suspension is not detectable in urine. So it seems that the urine tests are worthless. The WADA panels have detected it. There are people who I have a real good feeling that they would do something like your testosterone ratio. There are many people who are getting popped. There's so many people that failed those drug tests last year that they increased the amount of money that the international competitors have to pay to go and do it. There's people who are getting popped. If the tests are that easy to beat, then there's a lot of real dumb people out there. Sorry. You guys aren't even being like aggressive about this. It's just I've run into this so many times. It frustrates me. It frustrates me when it doesn't make sense as to why people would make the decisions that people assume and project on them. Jason, so many people believe Candido, who definitely isn't the most competitive 83 kg, is on gear. People need to step up there. Yeah, that's just people being. I think Johnny is an impressive lifter. I think he's very strong, but there's no way that you can look at that and say, oh, there's no way he could do that without drugs. You see the rate of progress has been consistent. He's documented his entire powerlifting journey on YouTube. Lenny, did the drug tester make any comments about your ding dong? They were not in a joking mood, my friend. They were not digging the sillies that I was throwing out there. Some people just can't believe are outliers and they're such BS. Get over it, people. They're a really strong guy and girl out there. They're way stronger than you are. Yeah, there are people that can do amazing things. I try my best to be one of them and to become one of them. And believing whether or not you believe that something is achievable has literally no effect on your ability to work hard and get as close to your own potential as you can. So focus on that. Focus on the things that you can control, not someone else's genetics, not someone else's work ethic, only on the things that you control, your decisions that you make on a day-to-day basis to pursue your own goals and let the rest just go where it goes. Focus on that. Lenny, I've never been on the Reddit, natty or not. That sounds like just the most pointless subreddit I could imagine. Miguel, how many pounds can someone gain in a year in terms of body weight or on their total? It depends on the person. Some people can go way faster than others. Some people are way more naturally gifted. Some people work harder. Some people have better situations to gain weight or to put weight on their total, or it's just there's so many factors, man. Ben, if I'm doing doubles and singles in training, what RPE of one rep max percent should I hover around when I'm doing them? I would say usually someone's maximum potential on a double is around 94%, or like a single at a 9.5. Yeah. So under that, depending on how many you're doing with the volumes that you're handling, I think usually like 91% is a good range for a max triple. 94% is a good range for a max double, give or take a percent depending on the individual and how good they are in those certain things. It really just depends. But I would say under that, you can get plenty of solid work working in the 80s for doubles and singles. You don't have to go above 90%, and you can focus on positioning. And if you have adequate fatigue and adequate volume for the rest of your work, your body doesn't know weights on the bar. It only knows if it's having to put maximum force on the bar to move it. Doesn't matter what that weight is, your body is going through the same sensation of maximum force. The only difference is going to be on your connective tissue and maybe on the way it feels on your central nervous system. So something to think about. John, but I would never wear that LVD brand t-shirt that says raw, natty, proud. I don't understand what the problem is. Frostetti, so what about the guys who claim natural and are the untested fed? I have no reason to like fight with them about it because sometimes they just want to be in those. I get frequently drug tested. I've competed in federations that don't have drug testing. Again, like, if that's the case, then what negative impact does it have on you? Is my question. Like, what do we win from having? It's the only reason that it would matter to somebody is to tear someone else down, is to say that they're just a bad person, they're a liar. I mean, in my country, in the U.S., it's illegal, so I can understand that. I can understand that argument that you're doing something that's illegal and it's against the law. So is speeding. There's a reason I don't speed when I'm on the road. That is also a reason that I don't use drugs. I mean, there are a lot of those arguments when we take it moralistic like that, and that's really what it comes down to. It's a moral argument. In tested federations, it's a competitive advantage and an ethical competitive integrity argument. When it's in a non-tested federation, it's just a moral thing of someone's particular stance and maybe trying to avoid jail time because you can go to jail for using steroids in America. I mean, what about the guys? What about them? You can have your opinions, but I just encourage people not to go bloviating and throwing a bunch of shade online about things that they don't know themselves. They don't have a personal connection to the person or an understanding, and it doesn't affect you if they do or not. You're more than welcome to feel the way you feel about people, but when you make accusations publicly in a public forum about that kind of stuff, that's slander. That's slander, and especially if you're using the only evidence you have is that I don't believe that they could be this strong without it. That's just a terrible argument. That's a weak argument standpoint, and it's not a convincing one. I'm trying to move away from it, but we're on this really big, good it's a good conversation point to have, I guess, if people feel this way. It's frustrating at times that people feel so invested in it. Jason, they literally take anybody who has some form of body acne, somewhat developed shoulder or traps, and they say they're taking tren. Get away from this website ASAP. It's actually unbelievable how sad it is. Goodness gracious. I truly believe Brett Gibbs is nutty. Well, he passes his drug tests and he gets tested and he says he's not taking drugs. Why would you not believe it? Believe Hack is natty. These guys, I mean, if you guys are listing off people who, it doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't when it comes to those kind of things. It's good for you to believe that. I believe that too. And even when it's uncomfortable and I wish that it wasn't true, even when I would feel so much better being able to point at someone else who's like, oh, this person's taking drugs so that my achievements maybe are more impressive. I don't know. I don't think that's how it works. We do that to maybe make ourselves feel better, but it's not a constructive conversation point. It's a lateralization of where your focus should be. It's distracting and it's not constructive and it's not going to help you get any better yourself. So what's the point? It's unnecessary drama. It's a bunch of sad lifters and minimal gains calling people out because they're stronger, bigger, better looking than them is pathetic. It's just not helpful. On the bright side, Lenny, your friend's hooking up with the pizza. Well, that's good at least. Guys at my high school that are bigger and stronger than the people they're calling out in the subreddit being on gear. Ben, do you think the same logic can be applied to physique? Serious? Definitely not. That's why there's the FMI. I'm not nearly as familiar with physique athletes and the effects that anabolics have on someone's physical appearance. But the FMI is also not 100% accurate because I know people that I know for a fact, that I know personally, that I have good, solid, found relationships on who break that formula because it's a generalization. We're talking in generalizations, and to say someone falls beyond the curve of my generalized understanding of what someone should be able to do, it can't. You have to. There's more than that. There's more than just that as the factor. Goodness gracious. I'm trying to find something that... Yugi, welcome to the stream. We're winding down a little bit. Things are getting a little bit hyphy with the some talk about drug testing. John, your friend is on steroids. He keeps telling people that you're on steroids because your deadlift is better. See, that kind of stuff. Ugh. I know plenty of people who use. I know people who use and who don't compete in tested federations. And I'm not... There are many times where I would look at their total and look at my total and be like, oh, I'm out-totaling them. And I know that they're using and they're open about their use, and I'm not using. And so if someone else's logic is, well, I know so-and-so and they're on stuff and this other number is better and that guy can't possibly beat someone who's on drugs without taking them, that's just inaccurate. Individuals, we group. We tend to group people because we want to be part of a group, but we also want to be viewed as individuals. Be an individual. Have your own opinion. Don't fall in. Do research. Don't fall into just the quick throwing shade at everybody else. You never get anywhere. You never get anywhere spitting fire. You just burn the world down. Haven't read Greg Knuckles' article on FFMI, but I heard that it definitely wasn't the end-all be-all. Greg's a great resource on this kind of stuff. I would definitely check out anything Greg has to say about that. Green, John, exactly. People can't understand that other people may either be working harder, smarter than them, have better genetics. It's a combination of a lot of different things, man. Will Rich Pion is nice. See, that's just derailing. That's just derailing because he's not claiming to be. Dude's been on TRT for years and barely looks like he lifts. He's one of the most popular people making fat anti-cloud videos. FFMI accuracy goes down if your body fat goes up. Dude's just said, okay, we're talking, it's throwing shade at all sorts of people. (5'8", 258, 30% body fat. I've been lifting for a year and a half. I'm 17. If my calculus is 26, well, you're not muscular at those attributes. Okay, anyway. At least we got to the end of the feed there, so I can get caught up on something. Yugi, hello, welcome. Do you think it's detrimental to play recreational sports while doing Shaco? Current total is hovering around 500 at 78. Soccer, football. I think that if you manage your recovery, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but as with most things, whenever you have a primary focus of what you're trying to achieve, anything that's distracting from that primary focus is going to inherently take away from it, right? So is it detrimental? Maybe a little bit, but you can make it work. So there are people who do bigger things. I think that if you want to be your best at one of those things, then the focus has to be on doing that one thing, where splitting your focus is going to give you less of an ideal result, but it can still be done. You can still have success in multiple areas with multiple focuses and still be able to have fun. If it's more fun for you to train and do those other things, I think it's worth looking into. If you have fulfillment and joy from not just committing yourself to just 100% focused in on the one thing, I think it can be worth it for most people. Excellence is by nature an imbalanced pursuit. And so not everybody needs to pursue excellence at the highest level in one particular field. There's nothing that's inherently more noble in that. John, thanks for doing the stream in normal hours. Well, thank you guys for coming and hanging out. I wasn't sure how it was going to go with the different stuff. Jason, yeah, I'm done lifting. I've been done lifting for like an hour. We finished lifting, yeah, literally an hour ago. So I'm just hanging out with you guys. And we're talking about potentially controversial topics, which I don't think should be controversial, but are still, which is silly to me. But I understand it. Other people have different positions of opinion, which is fair. Ben, I'm currently on my way driving to get free pizza. Well, good for you, man. Your phone autocorrected band to band? That's good to know, Lenny. I always appreciate that. Next time the stream will... Dishonoru gotta go lift. It's midnight. Good luck. Good luck. I'm used to that. I know that feels. Yugi, I don't know when the... I mean, the plan next week is to still stream Tuesday and Saturday again. But I don't know if that's going to be changed or affected to try and meet up with Brandon, because he's going to be up here, and I don't know what his schedule is going to be like, and I'd like to go up to Seattle and meet up with him and get a training session in. So that may end up being one of the days that would normally be streamed. But check out the Discord and check out the, follow the social media stuff. I'll announce it on either I'll announce it on Facebook and Twitter if I'm not going to be able to do the stream at the normal times or on the normal days. Or if I'm having to adjust things, I'll put that announcement out there. Because if I'm in Seattle, I don't think I'd be able to stream while I'm at Seattle Strength and Power or something working out with Brandon. So. Frost Eddie, there's also no true accurate way to measure body fat. A DEXA scan, man. There's ways to do it. A DEXA scan is like goes through your system and is like 99.99% accurate. You silly. See, Gason, how long do you think you will be lifting? Or are you not talking to me? Or are you talking to Dishonoru, who's going to lifting at midnight? Tony, any tips for improving recovery? 1 week out, feel especially beat up, warm-ups, or even feeling hard to manage? That sounds actually pretty normal if the programming's been accurate to where or been solid programming to where you've been overreaching a bit. My advice would be to just focus on your nutrition, get enough rest, do some mobility work, ice bath and heat, I think in the past has helped some people, contrast showers, stuff like that. And then just trust the process and try not to stress too much about maybe not feeling the best all the time. Alex, what is it about powerlifting that drives you to be the best? I strive to be my best. I strive to... powerlifting specifically gives me a set of objective standards that I can orient myself to work on self-improvement and try to focus on overcoming my own weaknesses and my own insecurities and things that are just objectively difficult obstacles, and trying to push myself past those and using it as the framework to try and translate that to the rest of my life. Powerlifting is a tool with which I structure the way that I approach challenges in the rest of my life, or aspire to and strive to. It provides a structure. It provides an outline for how to deal with struggle and frustration and with difficulty and with overcoming those things, and to failure, to being able to bounce back from pain or struggle or all of those things and meet it with success, not necessarily in the term of beating someone else, but of improving myself and beating the person that I used to be and improving on that and using it as my way of trying to become a better person. That is what it is about powerlifting that drives me to be my best. And about Bro Mike, dude, when are you going to be in Seattle? It will literally depend on what Brandon's schedule is, because he's the one who's coming up from Rhode Island, so I want to be available to try and meet up with him. Oh, yeah, Dad's right. It is past Cheddar's. I need to go feed Chester. Thanks, Dad. I totally didn't realize it was 9 o'clock already. Dang. Anabolic Bro Mike, I'm not opposed to the idea. I don't know if Brandon would want people to kind of crash, but I'll try to make... I don't know if you're following my Twitter, it's going to sound really kind of cheesy with like, oh, follow me on Instagram and Twitter and stuff. I will probably make announcements of when I'm going to be places. So. Frostetti, have I taken DMAA pre-workout? I don't take a pre-workout. I have caffeine. I have access to caffeine sometimes. And that's pretty much it. Caffeine, I take my ADHD medication is Adderall. I take that twice a day, regardless of when I work out, around the same times. So... And for anybody who's hearing that for the first time and freaking out, I've been open about it, but I have a therapeutic use exemption for the USAPL for my normal clinical dose of that. Sam, why did I start so early? Because I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, man. Oh, Yugi, thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat donation. I totally missed that. Thank you, sir. Ben, did you wear straps while you were getting drug tested? No, I should have. That would have been fun. Do you think powerlifting attracts certain personality types? I think it attracts a lot of different personality types. I think it attracts people that are like me. I think it attracts people who just want to be strong. I think it attracts people who like lifting weights and don't have another outlet for it. I think it attracts many, many different people because it's simple in that it's just getting stronger and getting better at a task. There's not a whole lot of extra things that are involved. I just think it's a great opportunity to express and build strength. So, Frank, possible bad deadlift form: lower lat attachment feels it's about to tear off the bone and sore. Don't let that happen, my friend. Lower lat attachment feels like it's about to tear off. That's not like a normal feeling. That's not a good thing that you should adjust something, figure it out. Film yourself from the side. See what your back's doing when you're pulling. Don't yank the bar. If you're yanking the bar and doing that, maybe that's, without seeing it's hard to say, but just don't, avoid that feeling. Whatever's causing that feeling, do not do that. Do the thing that is not that. Kurt says, hi, Dad. Yep. Dad's keeping an eye on me, making sure that I feed my cat. Alex, appreciate the answer, man. Glad to see things have been moving in a better direction for you. Yep, trying to continue to improve. It's always. Ben just admitted to not being natty. What? You're silly. I've been open about, if you're talking about my ADHD, I am open about that, and I've always been open about that ever since I started taking my medication. Sam, I'm doing all right today. Caffeine? Thought you were natty. I know, right? No natural. Kurt, I don't know if antidepressants are on the banned substance list, but I would definitely look into it if it was something. If you're going to be competing in a federation where it's I'm confident that you could apply for a therapeutic use exemption with those kind of things, because your mental state is more important than powerlifting. You have to keep that in mind. Prioritize your ability to be a healthy human being with a functioning brain over competitive stuff. Frostetti, Ben, any idea how I can Anadrol prescription for my asthma? Prescription for your asthma? No, I don't. Do you have asthma? Or are you just being sassy again? Because I know that there are lifters in the USAPL who have to, when they would have to get a therapeutic use exemption if they have albuterol for their asthma, like legitimately, who need that so that they can have their inhalers. Frosty is feeling a little sassy. Ben's camera battery, definitely 100% natural. Yep, and it probably died, I think, since we've been doing, oh my gosh, guys, 5 hours on the stream. I was planning on doing this for like two or three. Yo, bro, African's got some ridiculous creatine range. Alex, by the way, how often do you do cardio? I guess I do low-intensity, steady-state cardio a few times a week now that I'm playing Pokemon Go again. So it's not planned so much, but I walk around and catch Pokemon. That's pretty much it. No, stream is full of life. Yeah. Yeah, I know the stream's full of life and I appreciate it, guys, but it's been I have a lot of other stuff I have to get going to as well. You're just trying to get a legal prescription? Well, then go to your doctor and talk to them about it, and if they give you a prescription that is legal, then that's how you go about it. And then seeing if it's, I went through, for my ADHD medication, I went through so many stinking hoops to do it the right way instead of just getting the meds. I went and saw multiple doctors, got second opinions, got many opinions. I hate it. I hate having to take those meds because it's super annoying. It's a controlled substance, so I can't just go and get it. I have to have someone I have to get a handwritten prescription every month and go, and can't have it mailed. I have to have it in person and take it to the place because people abuse this drug that is helpful at fixing my chemical imbalance in my brain. Oh, I hate it. No, Frosty, I don't think your doctor would give you Tren if you asked. Yeah, I know, they're so unreasonable. John, am I going to stay the whole week for Nationals so I can meet up training session? I don't know if I'll be training much at Nationals, but I plan on being there at least a few days before and a few days after my lifting class. So we'll see. Alex, that's dope. Yeah. I think I walked probably like 10. I walked like 10 or 12K yesterday. Kilometers. Trying to use it's the Adventurer Weekend. Increased rock type Pokemon spawns and your buddies get 4 times the candy. Trying to cash in, hatch all my eggs. Swole. Frosted, do all anabolic steroids have legitimate medical usage? I don't think all of them do. I think some of them were created for medical purposes, but there's also certain things where it's like, yes, John, the stream was really 5 hours. We're at 5 hours right now, and so I need to wind down because that means I haven't eaten in 5 hours, and I need to feed my cat because he's gonna be real sassy. I normally feed him at 8 p.m. and so it's 9. He's gonna have words for me, and he's been fending off the chickens, so making sure the chickens didn't come and ambush me in the garage. So I think we're gonna shut it down, guys. I appreciate all the interactions, all the questions. Super special thanks to Born Against Hate, Rodney, John, Yugi, and Forewarned for the very generous and much appreciated donations. My cat is definitely Natty. He is Chester, the Supreme Overlord for Biscuit. Next stream I plan on having the next stream be like normal, Tuesday for the conventional dead and Spoto press workout, and then again Saturday. But because my friend Brandon Campbell is coming up to Seattle, my schedule may change, trying to coordinate with him to lift and when he's available and try to find that out. And I don't know if we'll be able to stream when that's happening. So if you're interested in catching those streams and figuring out what's going on, make sure you go check out the Discord server that's in the description of this video. Make sure that you follow on Twitter and Instagram and the Facebook athlete page. All those links are there. I'm not going to try and spam you guys with a whole bunch of stuff. I just want to let you know when this stuff is happening, when it's happening. And it would be beneficial to know that stuff because we are eventually going to move to Twitch as a platform. As much as I love YouTube, I think Twitch may be a better platform for this stuff. And so that's the direction we're heading. But I hope you are all having a great day, night, evening, all of those different time zones, wherever you're at in the world. I hope it's positive feels for you and all the good things. Lourdes, you're going to look forward to the next stream. Thank you. I look forward to it also. Michael, yo, Ben, yo, we're about to sign off, my friend. But I hope you're all doing well. I love you all very much. Thank you for the highly engaging stream. And I wish you all the best, and I will talk to you guys in the next one. Tuesday is the plan, and I will let you know on those social media links if that is going to change. So hope you're all having a good night. Check out the VOD if you haven't. And if you're watching this after the fact, go ahead in the comments. Let me know if you made it through the 5 hours of live stream that we did with only 3 hours of lifting. So thanks again. You guys have a good night. Bye.